अच्छा, जब पॉज करना होगा तो स्ट्रीमिंग ऑन रहेगा ना?
स्ट्रीमिंग ऑन है।
ठीक है, ये पॉज नहीं हो पा रहा वीडियो, तो हाउ विल आई पॉज? देन स्टॉप करना पड़ेगा, फिर ये मल्टीपल वीडियो ये आ जाएगा, फाइल्स आ जाएगा।
सर आने दो सर, आप स्टॉप कर दो।
ठीक है।
मल्टीपल आ गया तो करो नहीं, स्टॉप करो। अब चालू करिए लिस्ट में जो लॉक बटन डालने का।
All right, welcome everyone. So, welcome to Economics Marathon Revision. I hope you all have been revising, but only revision is not sufficient. The best way to revise, as I've told you, to solve as many MCQs as possible. So, in the end, I'll be sharing the quick revision notes as well for from 1 to chapter 6. Because from chapter 7 onwards, I've already given you the handouts. All right. So, in this marathon session, we'll be touching upon the concept based topic largely. Easier topics will like, we are not going to discuss what is a capitalist economy and what is a socialist economy. That you all know. All right, you have to study and you will get it. But yes, a lot of questions are asked from pragmatic and normative economics. So we have already discussed what is a pragmatic economics and a normative economics. So what is a pragmatic economics? Anything that is related to cause and effect, wherein you state a fact. You are not giving any opinion for the welfare or to do something good, or you are not concerned about something bad is happening. You are simply stating a fact. Let's say you are stating the law of demand. If the price increases, quantity demanded decreases. That's it. Or you can say that, there is unemployment in India is increasing, or unemployment decreasing. There is industrial production, there is inflation is increasing, GDP is increasing. All these are statement of fact. So either it should be a cause and effect relation, or should be a statement of fact without any judgment or opinion. That we say it's a pragmatic economics. Pragmatic economics is also known as positive economics or practical economics. All right. So it's not necessary they'll use the word pragmatic. Okay. And normative, you simply add an opinion. Unemployment is increasing, government should do something about it. So their suggestion comes. All right. So there is also a cause and effect, but there is an opinion. All right. Monsoon has failed, pragmatic. The farmers are suffering, pragmatic. The price of goods are going to increase, pragmatic. The government should provide crop insurance to farmer. Then we are talking about an opinion. So that becomes normative. So one question from pragmatic and normative, they always ask under the sun. Now let's quickly jump into the concept of demand. Remember, demand, as I've told you, demand is nothing but it's a mix of two things. First is your desire to purchase any commodity. Desire, we call it as also desire, we also call it as willingness. Willingness to buy. But only desire will not create demand. You must be having the ability to pay. Then only demand will be created. You may have the ability to pay, but you don't want the commodity. Now we have later studied also that this desire or willingness is due to what? This desire or willingness is due to what? This desire or willingness is due to marginal utility of the good. Higher the marginal utility of the product, more will be the demand of that particular commodity. Just hold on. This is hello. More will be the demand for that particular commodity, and we have seen that in law of diminishing marginal utility, as you go on consuming more and more, the marginal utility diminishes. So your demand or willingness will also decrease, and the moment mu becomes 0, then demand will cease to exist. So marginal utility is something that gives fire to the demand or the desire of that particular commodity. All right. And another, that's why we call mu curve also the demand curve. Which other curve is also the demand curve? It is the average revenue curve. Why? Because we have seen and will see today as well that average revenue is equals to price. So it means the relationship between mu and price will determine whether the consumer is at a surplus or not, or he is at an equilibrium. So he is willing to pay, but his willingness to pay is only 20 rupees, and let's say the price of the commodity increases to 25 rupees. So in that case, he would have purchased 10 units. Now he'll buy 5 units. All right, because his consumer surplus is going to deplete with the increase in the price. All right. So AR curve is also known as the demand curve, because change in the AR means change in the price, it will affect the demand. All right. So demand together we say is what? Desire for any commodity at a given price. So price is important. All right. Demand, that is willingness, is important during a particular point in time. Time is also important both in demand and supply in any economic activity, because when the time changes, the economic situation changes, the situation of the individual changes, his taste and preference may change, his income may also change. So the demand may not be same during different points in time. Demand may be same, may be higher, may be lower. All right, so time is an important factor. Then we talked about the law of demand. Law of demand. Now, law of demand brings out relationship between price and quantity demanded, and this relationship is inverse or negative. Negative. Inverse or negative relation means what? If there is an increase in price, then quantity demanded will decrease, and vice versa. Now, the question is why? So we have studied about what? Real income. Now, what is real income? Any income that affects your purchasing power. All right, that is real income. It means when you are walking down the street and you found out 10,000 rupees lying on the ground and you pick that up, then will it not increase your purchasing power? Yes. You got a bump in your salary, will it not increase your purchasing power? Yes. But will the fall in price also increases your purchasing power? Yes. So anything that increases the purchasing power, we say that there is an increase in the real income of consumer. So the reason there is a negative relation between price and quantity demanded is because change in price will affect the real income of the consumer. Who said this? Of course, Alfred Marshall said this. Alfred Marshall said that there is. So it means what happens here? If suppose the price of the commodity is rupees 100 and the quantity demanded is 20 units. So the total expenditure incurred will be how much? Rupees 2000, correct? Rupees 2000, doesn't matter, it happens. So rupees 2000. Now let's say that there is a decrease in the price from rupees 100 to rupees 80. Of course, the quantity demanded will increase, but if suppose hypothetically you are keeping quantity demanded same, so how much will be your total expenditure? Total expenditure will be now 1600. So isn't it that somebody gifted you rupees 400 when the price has fallen down? Now with this 400 rupees, will you not be able to purchase anything that you can buy under 400 rupees? You can increase the consumption of this particular commodity only. You can go and deposit this money in your bank. You can use it to buy some other commodity, correct? So as if somebody gifted you rupees 400. And here what has gifted you? The fall in the price. Inflation has fallen down, and that's why you have money in your pocket left even after you have taken care of the required demand. Moreover, Marshall says that you see, since the price has fallen, for every unit you purchase, aren't you saving rupees 20? Correct or not? So it means 1 unit you buy, you save rupees 20. 2 units you buy, you save rupees 40. And 100 units you buy, you save rupees 2000. Correct? You save rupees 2000. So the more you buy, the more you save. Correct? So don't you think you will buy more? Yes. All right. You will purchase more. But if suppose there is an increase in the price from 100 rupees to, let's say, rupees 140, rupees 140, then it will do what? It will, if say for same 20 units, now you have to spend how much? 2800 rupees. So it means who will give you this 800 rupees extra? Nobody is going to give you. So don't you think that inflation is a thief now? Correct? So inflation, when it happens, inflation makes you poorer. All right. Inflation, can you please call that guy? Somebody. This is not working. Just hold on. Hello. You can call anybody from there. Nobody's. Somebody must be there. No, nobody is there. Nobody is there. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll get it changed. So it means now you see here, for every unit you buy, you are going to lose rupees 40. One extra unit you buy, you lose rupees 40. Two, you lose 80. 100, you lose 4,000 rupees. The more you buy, the more you lose. Do you want to lose more? No. So you will decrease the quantity demanded. So that's why, remember, Alfred Marshall says that increase in the price of any commodity will lead to decrease in the real income of households or consumers. And real income decreases, it means your purchasing power will also decrease. So you will not have ability to buy more. As a result, there will be decline in quantity demanded. Vice versa, it means if the price decreases, your real income increases. That will increase your purchasing power. And when your purchasing power increases, then of course the quantity demanded is going to increase. Correct? Clear? All right. Now, Marshall also said that this relation between price and quantity demanded, though we can measure, still demand is a qualitative concept and not a quantitative concept. Now, what is the difference between qualitative and quantitative? What is the difference between qualitative and quantitative? Qualitative, we can only rank and compare. We cannot quantify. Quantitative, we can quantify. So the changes in demand we are able to quantify over here, correct? But why is it a qualitative concept and not a quantitative concept? Because when you look at the law of demand only brings out a negative or inverse relation between price and quantity demanded. Law of demand does not give you any idea about the proportionate change in price and what will be the resultant change in quantity demanded. All right. Law of demand doesn't tell you that if the price increases by 10%, quantity demanded will fall down by 20%. No, it may fall down by 80% as well. All right. And when the price will fall down by 20%, the quantity demanded may increase by 10%, 20%, 30%. The law of demand doesn't give you any measure. Law of demand does not give you any measuring stick, measuring yard. It simply tells you that there is an inverse relation. All right. And why is it not able to tell you? Because every human is going to react in a different way. Somebody, when they'll get 20% discount, they'll buy 2 units. Somebody will buy 200 units extra. Now, is it possible for the law of demand to take into consideration beforehand how the people are going to react when there is a fall or rise in the price of any particular commodity? The answer is absolutely no. We can measure the change after the change is already taken place. Then only we can measure. Because if suppose I'll tell you that Independence Day is today, by the way, happy Independence Day to you all. So Independence Day is today, and this also is taken up by an opportunity by many of the businesses. Why? Because they think, they know that people will be off in their home, they want to do something. Why don't they come and shop? So freedom sale, this sale, that sale, big bazaar mein hota hai. It's an opportunity. See, we are living in a society which is capitalist, largely capitalist we are now. So every opportunity, nothing wrong with it. All right. So though they are running businesses, they are generating employment. So now if they're giving discount, if suppose Big Bazaar bola 50% flat on everything that you purchase, people will rush. But the thing is, can I find out how many people are going to rush? Can I look at the past data and say last year 2000 extra people bought, this year 2000 will be there? Maybe 3000, maybe 1500. All right. So I cannot predict how much will be the increase or the bump in sale due to this discount. I can find out at the end of the day, okay, when I'm closing the store, this is the bump in the sale. So that's why demand is a qualitative concept and it is not a quantitative concept. Then we come across the concept of stock and flow. What is stock? Stock that we can measure any aggregate at a particular point in time. What is the current rate of unemployment? What is the current GDP? All right. In quantitative terms, if I tell you that GDP of India currently is $3.75 trillion, that is a stock concept. If I tell you GDP last year was $3.5 trillion, again stock concept. All right. But if I try to measure the change in the aggregate between two different points in time, what was the GDP in the past, what is the GDP in the present, and the difference between them, if I say that GDP has increased by 5%, 3%, 2%, 7%, that it becomes a flow concept. Anything it could be. If I ask you how much money you had in your pocket, yesterday you said, sir, 100 rupees. Today, how much you have, sir? 150 rupees. Both are stock concept. But if I tell you that between yesterday and today, the change in the amount of money that you have in your pocket is rupees 50, then this becomes a flow concept. So demand is also a flow concept. Remember, where is either from this or from this one question they keep asking. Flow concept. Why it is a flow concept? When you look at the demand, what does the law of demand says? Change in quantity demanded due to change in price. It means they're talking about what was the Q1, what is the Q0, and what was the P1 and what is the P0. What is the change in the quantity demanded and change in the price due to change in the price. So that's why demand is also a flow concept. Then the question comes, what will be the shape of the demand curve? Remember, whenever you have an inverse or negative relation along the y-axis, we take price into consideration by convention and quantity along the x-axis. And if suppose this was the original price P0 and this was the original quantity Q0, then when the price will increase from P0 to P1, the quantity demanded is going to decrease from Q0 to Q1. And when the price decreases from P0 to P2, the quantity demanded is going to increase from Q0 to Q2. And when we connect all these 3 points, you will get a demand curve. You will get a demand curve. Now, many a time they'll ask you straight away questions with regard to the demand curve. First of all, we say it is negatively sloped. Negatively sloped. Or we also say it slopes downward. Downward from left to right. Sometimes they'll ask you, confuse you, right to left or left to right. So slopes downward from left to right. Clear? Or negatively sloped. An inverse relation means what? If we are plotting something along the y-axis and something along the x-axis, if we go up on the y-axis, we'll go down on the x-axis. And if we go down on the y-axis, they'll go up on the x-axis. Clear? Now, this is with regard to the law of demand. But later on, the other economists also mentioned that price is not the only factor. There are innumerable factors, numerous factors that affect demand. All right, like income, like taste and preference, even weather condition can affect demand. All right, you see, when don't you think that the air conditions demand is going to increase? Right, what happened to the price of voltas we have seen? All right, it is rallying after rallying because the sales of ACs have increased significantly in India. So cyclical business, but yes, every year the demand. Now after 2 3 months, do you think anybody will be willing to? Now there'll be many, because you are running offices here in Yashas. We cannot have a closed environment without an AC. We will need, but in the household, do you think, or even if the AC is running, it will be running at a lower, I mean, you'll keep the temperature 26 25. Many people will not buy the AC also. The smart ones are the ones who will buy the AC during winter time. You'll get a discount. All right, so demand will is going to change even when there is a change in uh, the weather condition. Cultural settings can also affect demand. All right, do we see during festive season demand for many things increases? So there are numerous factors. So what are the most important factors? We have to take that into consideration, and these factors will again be linked to the concept of elasticity later on. All right, and remember one thing, yes, remain all other factors remaining constant. I have already made you right, ceteris paribus. It means every other factor is remaining constant, but every other factor do not remain constant. So once we come out of the law of demand, we have to take into consideration many other factors that can affect demand, and first of it was complementary goods. What are complementary goods? Now we'll look at the concept of perfect complements as well, and the reason behind the inelasticity of demand between two perfect complements. We call it as a tight demand or a joint demand later on as well. All right, so complementary goods are those goods which have to be consumed together. Now, they could be perfect complementary. We are not talking about that. But complementary, tea and sugar are complementary goods. So, usually people consume tea with sugar, but I can consume tea without sugar as well. But what happens if the goods are complements? It means, don't you think, again, the law of demand operates on the concept of price also. So, here also price is taken into consideration. The consumer's budget is the thing that affects demand. That's what the classical economists also said, that other factors are responsible, but you have to look at the price also. So now complementary goods, if the price of anything increases, let's say if the price of software increases, why is it so that common man in India is able to afford a desktop at 20,000 rupees, 25,000 rupees? Why is it so? Because the software that we use are mostly pirated. Microsoft says, no problem, use my software. You have grown up using my software. Later on, when you'll join the job, you'll be comfortable to use my. So the companies cannot use pirated one. They will landing into a lawsuit. So by giving you pirated software for free, they can block the Windows anytime. But they are not doing it because they are creating their consumer base, and it has worked wonderfully for them. All right. Today, more and more people are, yes, if they know computer, thanks to Windows. All right, CAs without Excel, they'll not be able to do anything. Businessman without PowerPoint, they will be blind. All right, so complementary goods are those goods which have to be used together. So if the price of good X increases, if the price increases, then what will happen? If the price of good X is increasing, then don't you think consumption of good Y will become more expensive or relatively more expensive? So don't you think demand for good Y is going to fall down? All right, because this will become expensive. Now here you can take the price of petrol and the demand for cars. Don't you think there has been decline in the demand for car? Yes, for two reasons. One, the prices of petrol has increased, and the other reason, electric vehicles are available as a substitute. So in that case, you'll have negative cross elasticity of demand. We say negative cross elasticity of demand. And if the good is a substitute goods, then what will happen? If Apple decreases the price of its phone today and giving you 50% discount, what will happen to Samsung phones? You tell me. Demand for Samsung phone, will it increase? No, it will decrease. So Apple gave you a discount. As a result, many people who are buying some other phones, they will want to buy Apple. So of course, Apple price decreases, demand for Apple is increasing. But those who are buying Apple, they are migrating from some other brand. So don't you think demand for other brand is going to decrease? So decrease in the price when you're talking about substitute good, decrease in the price of X will also decrease the demand for Y. All right, decrease the demand for Y. If Nike decreases the price of the product, then more people will buy Nike. So don't you think the demand for Reebok or Puma is going to decrease? And what happens if Samsung increases the price? I let's say Apple increases the price. Apple says 5 lakh में देगा एक phone. All right, bring your bank balance and some part of your liver and one kidney. Then you will get the phone. So now what will happen if the price of iPhones increase? Then people who are buying iPhones, they will say बहुत हो गया अभी नहीं. We are not slaves of Apple. So don't you think demand for good Y is going to increase? So people will buy more of Samsung. So in this case, you see here what is happening, that here decrease in price, decrease in demand, increase in price, increase in demand. So you have positive cross elasticity of demand. All right. So apart from price, two more things we have seen that is going to affect demand. Next is income of the household. If you have taken the notes, we'll go sequentially in the notes. So that will act as a revision. And after going back home today, you cannot say, sir, 7 hours ka class ho gaya, 6 hours ka class ho gaya, it's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock. So abhi mein, nahi. Whatever we have read today, after going back home, you revise. You can relax for a month after the exam. You can watch Netflix for 24 hours. 1 week बोलो मैं नहीं सोएगा, मैं enjoy करेगा. Correct? So keep that as a motivation. होता है ना? If you are working hard for promotion, that is your motivation. That is the carrot and you are the rabbit. So of course, always remember, take a good night's sleep. That is the biggest blunder you guys do. Because you think if I sleep 4 hours less, then I'll be able to study more. No, you'll be able to study less. Because if you are due to lack of sleep, your concentration, it needs power, and the power, food and sleep. Sleep comes number 1, not number 2. Food is important, but sleep is the most important. So when you have rested for 7 hours, then you can revise the same thing in 2 hours, what would have taken you 5 hours. So by sleeping more, you are saving your time. All right. So I go against the contrary popular belief, because my concept is based on logic and biology. Simple. आप करके देख लो एक दिन. You try to do it. You do not sleep the entire night, or maybe sleep only 4 hours, and see how many things you cover and how much of it you remember. And next day you take 8 hours of sleep and you see how much you can cover. You can cover more. So by sleeping less, you are depriving yourself. All right, don't do that. Yes. So after going back home, please revise everything. So income here, remember, from income 2 questions they will always ask. There are 4 types of good. We'll see the elasticity concept in a while. So first is the normal good. What is a normal good? Normal goods are those goods where very large number of substitutes are available for those goods. They are neither sold at a very high price nor at a very low price, and these are usually very regularly consumed by the household. Sugar is a normal good. Soap is a normal good. Cooking oil that you buy, normal good. These are all normal good. All right. Rice is a normal good. You say, sir, food is a necessary good. No. Food is necessary, understand, don't get confused. Food is necessary. Specific kind of food is not necessary. You cannot say I will die if I don't have pizza. You cannot say I die if I don't have rice. No. If you don't have food, you'll die. Specific kind of food, मेरे को कॉर्न नहीं मिला सर, मैं स्टाफ करके मर गया. No. So corn, rice, pulses, wheat, they are all normal good. So in case of normal goods, there is a positive income elasticity to demand. It means what happens now? Remember, income is denoted by Y in economics. So when income increases, the demand will increase and vice versa. Simple logic. Because when income of the household will increase, they will automatically, the demand for these things are going to increase. Let's say one should say, sir, if soap is a normal goods, if my income increases, will I start to bath more number of times in a day? The answer is no. You will not bath 4 or 5 times in a day just because your income has increased. Of course, but don't you think when your income will increase, your expenditure on soap will increase? आपके बाथरूम में एक सोप रहता था, then you will have orange flavored soap, lime flavored soap, sandal soap, strawberry soap, 4 or 5 different strawberry भी आता है. All right. So 4 or 5 different types of soap you have, correct? All right. So demand will increase. Now income with luxury good. Again, you have positive income elastic demand. What are luxury good? Remember, again, they will try to confuse you. Every high price good is not luxury good, because sometimes even necessary goods like medicine can be sold at a high price. Yes, but other way, vice versa is true. Every luxury good is high price. So, first thing is high price. That's not the only thing. Second thing is it must have social status. All right. Social status attached to it. Demonstration effect. What is demonstration? People who consume it, they want to demonstrate. They want to get the social, attention. All right. They want to be appreciated. So they will be willing to spend more money on luxury goods with them when their income is going to increase. So in both these cases, you have positive income elasticity of demand. Income increases, demand increases, and vice versa. Then comes what is known as inferior goods. Now, inferior goods, every low price good is not inferior good. Just like every high price good is not a luxury good. Understood? So, when you're suffering from fever, Dolo 650, which is national medicine, is sold at 2 rupees, maybe 2 rupees 50 paisa. Will you say that it's an inferior good, I'll not buy? The answer is no. So every low price good is not inferior good, but yes, every inferior good is low price. Then what is inferior good? Inferior good are the downgraded version of normal good. You can get a normal quality rice at 50 rupees per kilogram. You can get inferior quality of rice at 15-20 rupees per kilogram. You can buy a Tata tea, which is a normal good. All right. Or you can buy a cheap, dusted tea leaves. All right. That is sold at a very cheaper price. That is also an inferior good. You can buy a t-shirt from online or wherever, paying 300, 400, 500 rupees for a t-shirt. That is the normal pricing. All right. Or you can go and buy from the local market, लगता है flea market, buy 2 get 3 free. So 500 rupees में 5 t-shirt मिल गया. That is inferior. So inferior quality of inferior goods are nothing but simply they are like normal goods, but a downgraded version of normal goods. Now logic tells us that when my income will increase, will I want to improve my standard of living? Yes. How can I improve my standard of living? By consuming more and more of inferior quality of good. I'll have to decrease its consumption and replace it with superior quality of goods, not luxury goods, superior quality, better quality of goods. So demand will decrease. So only remember, only and only in case of inferior goods you have negative relation and nowhere else. ये याद रखने का. When you compare income and demand, only in case of inferior good you have negative relation, or rather there is nothing else. When you have income and demand, there is negative relation. All right, clear. Then comes necessary goods. Necessary goods. Water is a necessary good. Salt is a necessary good. Medicine is a not necessary good. All right. So in that case, when your income increases or decreases, the demand remains largely unaffected. But we'll see in elasticity, this is maybe true in the long run, but not completely true in the short run. All right. But if they ask you a blanket question that what happens to the demand for necessary goods when income increases, and one of the options says there is no change, you will choose that particular option. All right. Then comes what is known as taste and preference. Taste and preference plays a very, very important role. We are living in the world of influencers and advertisement. And what does influencer do? They influence you to do stupid things. Advertisement does the same thing. They try to create positive sentiments or emotion about the product. And maybe you don't like the product, but if I sing before you every day, every day, every day, I just need to motivate somebody else to buy the product. And when once they buy the product, you are already at the back of your head that advertisement is running. When you see that product, acha ye, if they can buy, why can't I? So you will also buy. So advertisement is based on this concept. They can create demand for a product irrespective of what is the price. And in today's world, advertisement plays a very important role. So when there is any positive change in the taste and preference of the consumer, then the demand will increase and negative change will lead to decrease in demand. Correct. And then comes future expected change in price. What is future expected change in price? If I expect that the price of something is going to increase in future and I actually buy, I want to buy. If I don't want to buy, that's forget it. I'm talking about the things. If I tell you that you are planning to buy a phone and the price of this phone is going to increase after the budget because the government is poised to increase the GST on the phone from 18% to 28%. What will you do right now? Before the budget, you will buy the product, correct? So it means now the price is not increasing now or neither changing now, or you got the information about the price increase in future. So if you waited for the future, then you'll have to spend more money. You don't want to wait, so you will buy now. The demand will increase now. And if you got the information that the government is going to abolish GST on mobile phones and after the budget the price will fall down, will you buy right now? No, you will wait for the budget. Let Nirmala auntie complete everything, then we will go for it. All right. So just hold on. Everything is falling off here. All right. So demand will also decrease during the current time period. Now, exception. From exception, you do get one question. All right. And there are three cases of exception. First, we call it as Veblen effect or prestige good effect or conspicuous consumption or snob goods, you can call it. In that case, if the price increases, the quantity demanded will also increase. So rather than a negative slope curve, you'll get a upward sloping curve. There will be a violation to the law of demand. All right. So what is that? Remember again, when the price of luxury goods increases, the market demand is going to fall down. The market will not create any kind of exception, because if the market creates an exception, then the exception will become the law. All right. So let's say what happens if the price of any luxury good increases. Let's say decreases first, Mandu. If Mercedes-Benz says that I'm going to decrease the price of the car by 50%, what will happen? Demand is going to increase. Then where is the violation? Where is the violation? Violation is there. Those who are ultra rich household, very, very rich household, when they find around and a lot of people are buying Mercedes Benz, will they buy the Benz now? No, they will decrease the demand. So they are the exception. Market is not the exception. They will always try to confuse you. All right. They will always try to confuse you. So market is not an exception. And if suppose the price of the same car increases by 50%, many people, it will go beyond the budget of many people. So market demand will fall. So again, no violation, price increases, quantity demanded decreases. But those rich household will now buy more. So they are an exception. Market is not an exception. So do not assume a violation unless in the question specifically mentioned that there is, this is the question related to violation of Veblen effect they have mentioned, or prestige goods or conspicuous consumption they have mentioned. All right. So this is the first violation. Second exception is with regard to the given good. Now remember again, I'll touch upon the point from where they will try to create confusion. So necessary goods do not violate the law of demand. It means for necessary goods, when the price increases, quantity demanded is going to decrease. The quantity demanded is going to decrease. But those inferior goods which violate the law of demand, they are known as given goods. They are known as given goods. So remember, every inferior good is not a given good. Venn diagram you must have done in logical reasoning by now. सब कुछ over हो गया किया ना? So just by drawing one diagram, you can understand the difference between given goods and inferior goods. If this is inferior good and these are given goods, can I say all inferior goods are given goods? Can I say all inferior goods are given goods? No. You see, in the shaded region, this yellow region are inferior goods, isn't it? But are these given goods? They are no given goods. What happened? Shruti? What happened? What is the question? Sir, if I may, people have a good, have the good, and if I don't want to buy, sir, like I, if may people have good, but if I don't want to buy, what are those goods called? Shruti, it could be anything that I don't want to buy. McDonald's has burger, I don't want to buy. You'll still call it a burger. Understood? Dear, do you think the nature of the commodity is going to change by my behavior or decision whether to buy or not to buy the good? Got it, dear? That good is known as a don't. Every question is a question. Shruti, got it? No, dear. Please remember one thing. Do not mock others on whatever the question they are asking. All right? Clear? So, now, so this yellow region are those inferior goods which while do not violate the law of demand. So, I cannot say that every, every inferior good is a given good. All right. But every given good is an inferior good. If I pass this statement, am I correct or not? Because given goods is inside. Yes, correct. So given goods will violate the law of demand. And Robert Giffen found out long time back that the price of low quality bread was increasing, and despite that its market demand was increasing. What is the reason for that? He simply said that dekho bhai, first of all, who will buy low quality bread? Rich people will not buy low quality bread. Correct? What happened here? All right. So please do not fight on the group, dear. This is a marathon session. All right. Today is Independence Day. We should spread more love and affection and peace. Correct? You all are going to become CA. Every one of you will become CA. When I can believe it, why can't you believe it? All right, every one of you will deserve to become a CA. All right. Somebody is now calling me Nirav Modi. Where? There, no problem, dear. If I could have the money that he had, I'll not be sitting down teaching here. All right. So, no relationship, by the way. Anyways, now he has to be my student only from here. All right. Now, he found out, let's say, a household has 1000 rupees of weekly expenditure to be spent towards two commodities. Let's say a household also buy high price item, not talking about very high price luxury items. Let's say meat and low quality bread. So he is spending rupees 800 to buy 4 kilograms of bread and is spending rupees 200 to buy 10 kilograms of bread. Let's say that the price of bread increases. Now he has three things he can do, out of which two things he can never do. So it means he has only one thing he can do. So first of all, he will say that the price of this bread has increased, so I will decrease the consumption of bread. Now, even if you decrease the consumption of bread by 5 kilograms, you'll save only 100 rupees. And in 100 rupees, how much of meat you can buy? Because per kilogram is 200 rupees, no? Half a kilogram. So you're giving up 10 kilograms and saving 100 rupees. And in that 100 rupees, you can buy only half a kilogram of meat. Do you think your calorie need is met? No. So first option is gone. Second option, you'll stop consuming bread and only consume meat. Now in that case, you're giving up 10 kilograms of bread, but you can buy only 1 kilogram of meat. Again, will this do? The answer is no. But if you go the other way around, if you decrease just half a kilogram of bread, meat, you'll be able to save 100 rupees. With this 100 rupees, don't you think you can buy additional 5 kilograms or let 4 kilograms of bread? Is this doable? Yes. As a result, as the low price of low quality bread went on decreasing, people sacrifice some amount of some amount of high price items like meat that will help them save sufficient amount of money to buy more bread, and the quantity demanded of bread went on increasing, going against the law of demand. All right, so mind it, every given good is an inferior good, but every inferior good is not a given good. You have to keep this in mind. Next was speculative goods. Speculation is when you try to make profit. This is different from consumption because you are speculating, you are buying for the purpose of selling it back. All right. So in that case, let's say gold, you take it, or anything you take it. When the price of gold is rising, will you buy more gold? You will not buy more gold. So you are not violating the law of demand because you wanted to buy gold for investment, and investment is the good investment if it purchased at a lower price and then it increases. Correct. So you will wait for the price of the gold to come down and then you will buy. So you are not violating. But if I'm a speculator and I see that the price of gold is consistently increasing and right now it is over here, I'll see the past pattern. We in trading say trend is your friend. There is a trend that is going on. And when this trend is going on, then I will expect that the continuation of the trend, and right now the price is here, it may eventually reach here. So I want to buy here, and when the price increases to this point, I will quickly sell and book profit. So it means even when the price is rising, normal people are not buying. It means they are not violating the demand, but I am buying because my purpose is not to hold it forever, but to sell it at a higher price in future. So again, I am violating the law of demand because when the price is increasing, I am buying more. Next that comes here, they ask you why the demand curve slopes downward, and we say it is due to the this price effect equals to income effect plus substitution effect. Huh. Aditya, any more example of given goods? No, dear. The problem is that's what I said, in the class also before. This concept of given goods is not prevalent in the modern world. Why is it so? Because given goods there, why is it so that the demand for low quality bread was rising when the price was rising? Because people had no substitute for the low quality bread. If there was a substitute available, then people would have decreased with the rise in price the demand for low quality bread and would have bought the other good. So today, given good example I cannot give you because it largely doesn't exist, because there is a substitute for almost everything that we are purchasing in the market. Same snob effect, you're snobbish about the good. So even when the price is higher, you're willing to buy. All right. So price effect, we say income effect plus substitution effect. Meaning what? If suppose there are two commodities A and B. A is sold at rupees 100, B is sold at rupees 120. And these are very similar commodity. Holding all other factors constant, which commodity will you buy? You tell me. It is stuck here, or rather I am stuck. No, fine. Which commodity you will buy? Of course, you are going to buy A. Clear. Now, what happens here is that the price of A increases from 100 rupees to 150 rupees. Now, when the price of A increases from 100 to 150, then income effect, what does it tell me? Income effect is minus 50. To buy the same commodity, I'll have to spend rupees 50. I'm poorer by 50 rupees. Correct? Now, what will I do? I find out that B is still available at 120. If I substitute A with B, then my income will not fall by 50 rupees. My income will only fall by 20 rupees. So am I not saving 30 rupees? So what has happened when the price of A has increased, then it will lead to decrease in the real income of the consumer by 50 rupees. The moment this happens, the consumer will start searching for a substitute. And then he finds a substitute at being sold at rupees 120. He compares the price and says that if I switch from A to B, then I will not lose 50 rupees, I'll lose only 20 rupees. I'll lose only 20 rupees, I'll save 30 rupees because यहाँ से यहाँ आएगा मेरे को 20 रुपए extra लगेगा. But if I continue with A, I have to spend 150. So I'll lose only 20 rupees. So it's better to lose 20 rupees rather than lose 50 rupees. So as a result, you will substitute what? You will substitute A with B. So as a result, what will happen? Those goods which are sold at a relatively higher price, is demand will fall down because people are substituting that particular good with other commodity. And that will make the demand curve slope downward. Clear hai? Now comes, remember the phrase, when they mention change or increase or decrease, change means could be increase or decrease in quantity demanded. Quantity demanded. The phrase should be quantity demanded. It means you're talking about the change in the price of the same commodity. So wherever I use the phrase change in quantity demanded, it means the price is responsible for such a change. But when I'm mentioning only demand, if I mention here like this change, that is nothing but increase or decrease in demand or only quantity. Here, demand is the phrase here. So it means it is due to factors other than price. So when the demand changes due to change in the price of same commodity, we mention it as increase or decrease in quantity demanded or change in quantity demanded. But when other factors are responsible for such a change, like change in income, taste and preference, change in the price of substitutes or complements, weather condition, increase or decrease in the utility of the commodity or whatever, not the price, we call it as increase or decrease in demand or change in demand simply. That's it. Now this change, it will be also known as expansion or contraction. Sometime with regard to the movement of the demand curve, they can ask you a question. So remember that when we move down on the down on the demand curve, it means there is increase in quantity demanded, and when we are moving down, we are moving away from the origin here. So we are moving away from the origin, so it means there is increase in quantity demanded. And when we move down, we also call it as expansion in demand. Whereas when we move up, yes, contraction. Sir, what, which means related goods? Related goods are those goods, could be when we are talking about the concept of uh, you know uh, complementary and substitute effect. Related goods, let's say Samsung television or LG television. Related goods are also when we are talking about complementary goods like petrol and car. We always compare the price of one commodity with another commodity. All right. So if I draw the demand curve like this here, and I tell you that initially this was the price and this was the quantity demanded Q0, and there is a point over here A. Let's mark this point as A. When the price increases from P0 to P1, you see there is a decrease in quantity demanded from Q0 to Q1. All right. And you move up the slope. When you move up the slope, we call it as contraction, means decrease in quantity demanded. The quantity demanded is decreasing. But when the price falls down from P0 to P2, then what happens? The quantity demanded increases from Q0 to Q2. Increase ho raha hai yahan. So you are moving down the slope. This is known as expansion. All right. When you move up the slope, it is contraction. When you move down the slope, it is expansion. Expansion leads to increase in quantity demanded. Contraction leads to decrease in quantity demanded. Then we look at what are the factors other than price. In that case, there will be a rightward or leftward shift in the slope of the demand curve. If this is the price and this is the quantity and this is the demand curve DD0, and this is the price P, sorry, this is quantity Q0. If there is a rightward shift in the demand curve from DD0 to DD1, rightward shift, it will lead to increase in demand. It will lead to increase in demand. We don't call it increase in quantity demanded. Now, when it can happen, if suppose this is the demand curve for LG television, Samsung increases the price. Don't you think people will want to buy LG? This is the demand curve for Maruti cars. Price of petrol decreases. The demand is going to increase. This is the demand for luxury goods. Price remains constant here, but income increases. Demand will increase. Correct. This is a demand curve for inferior good. Income decreases. Again, demand will increase. Whereas a leftward shift in the demand curve, DD0 to DD2, will lead to increase in the demand. Again, winter comes and demand for ice cream will fall. Demand for AC will fall. Income increases, demand for inferior goods will fall. Price of petrol increases, demand for petrol cars will fall. You are expecting a lower price in future. Price is not changing right now, but you expect that the price will fall in future. You will not buy right now, demand will fall down. All right, leftward shift will happen. So rightward and leftward shift in the demand curve happen due to change in, not due to the change in price, because price is remaining constant here. It happens due to factors other than price. Then we come to one of the most important concept, that is known as elasticity of demand. Now, what is elasticity of demand? Elasticity of demand is nothing but the response of the consumers. What is the consumer's response with respect to many things, but when nothing is mentioned, we will consider price. Because why we consider price? Because the law of demand, law of supply talks about price holding all other factors constant. Now, what is elasticity of demand? Elasticity of demand, when I am mentioning demand, it means here consumers we are talking about. It means response of the consumer. When there is an increase or decrease or in price or any other factor, it may lead to increase or decrease in demand for the commodity. By what respect? It means we are always talking about, when we talk about elasticity, we are talking about in relative terms. It means what is the relative increase or decrease in demand or quantity demanded when there is increase or decrease in price or change in any other factor. So if my response is greater than the change that is taking place, we say that the demand is elastic. But if my response is lower than, relatively lower than the change that is taking place, then I say the demand is inelastic. Let's say, for example, if the price increases by 10% and I decrease my consumption, that is decrease the quantity demanded by 30%, then my response is relatively more than the change in the price. So it means I can say that I have a relatively elastic demand. My response is relatively more. But when suppose the price increases by 10% and I am decreasing my consumption by 2% only, then my response is lower than the change in price. So my demand is inelastic. So either response can be more, relatively more than the change that is taking place, or relatively less. This measurement of how much more or how much less is known as measurement of elasticity of demand. Now, elasticity of demand can change due to many factors, but the three most important factors are the price, the income of the consumers, and the price of related good, that is substitute goods and complement goods. So when the price of the same commodity changes and I decide to buy more of it or less of it, depending on whether the price increases or decreases, then my behavior, my response will be known as or noted as price elasticity of demand. But price remains same, and now the income is increasing or decreasing. Due to increase or decrease in income of the consumer, I am deciding to buy more or buy less of any commodity. Then my behavior is due to income. We call it as income elasticity of demand. And if I drive wanting to buy a petrol car, but I found out that the price of petrol is increasing, instead I bought a electric vehicle. So my response is due to not change in the price of the car, but change in the price of petrol, which is a complementary goods. So we call it as a cross elasticity of demand. Now this elasticity of demand can be measured through four different methods. First is proportionate method or percentage method. Sometimes it is also known as ratio method. All right. So proportionate or percentage method. In this case, we measure elasticity of demand. We say percentage change, delta denotes change in quantity demanded divided by percentage change in price. Now, why we are taking price as a denominator? Because price is the factor that affects demand. Quantity demanded is a function of price. All right. Quantity demanded is a function of price because according to the law of demand, there is change in quantity demanded due to change in price. It doesn't say change in price due to change in quantity demanded. Now, so what will be the formula for here? It will be Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 into P0 divided by P0 minus P1, or you can also write it as Q0 minus Q1. This will be your delta Q. P0 minus P1, that will be your delta P into P by Q. You can write it in this manner or in this manner. It gives you the same thing. Now, due to proportionate, under proportionate elasticity, there are 5 degrees of elasticity we talk about. First is we call it as E equals to 1, or we call it as unitary elastic demand. In case of unitary elastic demand, you will usually not find anywhere. It's an ideal construct. It doesn't happen. If it happened due to out of randomness, that's a different thing. But no one will say the price of this commodity has increased by 10%, let's decrease the consumption by 10%. For normal goods, more or less, we say will be equals to 1 or maybe a little lower than 1, not higher than 1. Higher than 1 ho gaya, luxury goods aa jayega. All right. So E equals to 1, we say percentage change in quantity demanded is relatively equal to the percentage change in price. It means if the price is increasing or decreasing by 10%, then quantity demanded will decrease or increase by 10% only. So price, it means price increases, quantity demanded will decrease, and if the price decreases, quantity demanded will increase. So we can say here this denotes the response of the consumer, and this denotes the response of the consumer, and this denotes the change in price. The consumer's response is similar to the change in price. Then we say E is greater than 1. When the moment we say E is greater than 1, we are talking about the consumer is sensitive, more responsive. If you are more responsive, you will be changing more relative to the change in price. So in this case, what will happen? If price increases, of course, the quantity demanded will decrease. And if the price decreases, then quantity demanded will increase. But by what percentage? Here I write 10%, here maybe 20% or 30%. It means more than 10%. It means price is increasing by 10%. I'm decreasing the quantity demanded by 20%. Or if the price is decreasing by 10%, I'm increasing quantity demanded by 20%. My response is more than the change in price. I'm relatively more responsive. Here, consumers are more responsive to the price change, and that's why we say that the demand is elastic. Responses are more. All right. And we find it happens in case of luxury goods. Why? Luxury goods. Why luxury goods? Again, the moment I say luxury good, you'll start thinking about exception. Unless the question mentions exception, you will not mark, you will not consider it as an exception. Luxury goods, first of all, are non-essential good. And something that is non-essential, I can easily delay the consumption. I'll not buy now, I'll buy after 1 month. I'll buy after 6 months. I'll buy after 1 year. I can easily postpone the demand. Moreover, even a small percentage increase or decrease in luxury good, price of the luxury good, will mean either huge burden on consumers' income or significant saving for them. Let's say you wanted to buy a Rolex watch at 50 lakh rupees. You got 10% discount. You'll save 5 lakh rupees. You can buy a car at 5 lakh rupees. So, correct. So don't you think those who are planning to buy, I'm not saying everybody will rush to buy, but those who are planning to buy, maybe next month, don't you think they will rush and buy now? So as a result, demand will increase sharply. Demand will increase faster than the fall in the price. But if suppose the price increases by 10%, now you have to spend 5 lakh rupees more. You are planning to buy tomorrow, but you will not buy now. You will wait for the fall in price, because even a small percentage increase in price will affect your budget drastically. So as a result, the demand for luxury goods will rise and fall sharply even when there is a small percentage change in its price. And that's why we say consumers are more responsive to the price change. When you draw the diagram for elasticity, remember, as the elasticity increases, the demand curve will become more and more horizontal and less vertical. And as the elasticity decreases, it becomes more and more vertical and less horizontal. Why does it so? Let's see here. If this was the price P0, and this was the quantity demanded Q0. Here is the price, here is the quantity. Now, if the price increases by, let's say, from P0 to P1 by 10%, 10% means big difference in my budget. If iPhone government considers that a luxury phone, increases the price of its high-end phone, कितने का मिलता है? 1.5 lakh or so. So 10% increase means 15,000 rupees. You can buy a Vivo or Oppo. Some कोई कोई मॉडल मिल जाएगा उसके प्राइस में. Correct. So demand will fall down by a relatively bigger margin. All right. So can I say that quantity demanded has fallen down by maybe 25%? You see the gap over here, you see the gap over here. And when we connect these 2 points here, you'll find that demand curve has become more of a sleeping line than a standing line. Correct? It has become more horizontal and less vertical. So for luxury good, demand curve will be more horizontal, less vertical. E will be greater than 1. Percentage change in quantity demand is relatively more than the percentage change in price. But what if E is less than 1? We call it as inelastic demand or relatively inelastic demand or less than unitary elastic demand. In this case, what happens? Price may increase, quantity demanded will decrease, and price may decrease, quantity demanded will increase. Unless I put the values, you will not be able to find out whether elastic demand, inelastic demand or unitary elastic demand. If I put the price here and quantity demanded falls down, let's say by 10%, so can I say that price rise is 20%, but the consumer's response is only 10%? Isn't it that the consumers are less responsive to the price change? So they are less responsive. It means they don't want to decrease the consumption much due to increase in the or decrease in the price. So consumers are relatively less elastic. This is usually found in case of goods wherein there is some kind of personal preference of the consumer and attraction is there, or it is an addictive goods. All right. So if suppose the price of Maggi increases by 20%, do you think the market demand will fall down much? The answer is no. The market demand will not fall down much. Your personal preference, it will fall down. It will not violate. But if the price is increasing by 20%, the demand may fall down by 5 or 6% or maybe 10%. Then you say, sir, then if I get a discount, there is a traction, I'll buy more. No, you are already consuming. If you like some commodity, don't you think you are already consuming to the highest possible level that you can? And if you get a discount, you will buy little more extra, but you will not want to fill up your life with that particular commodity, so demand will increase slowly. So these goods, those goods which are addictive goods, or these are not addictive goods, this is personal preference. Addictive goods, cigarette and alcohol. If the price of cigarette increases by 30%, do you think the demand will fall down by 80%? The demand may fall down by 5%. Those who are smokers, they will smoke. Those who are do have the habit of addicted to liquor, they will consume liquor. So in that case, the response of the consumers will be relatively less. But many a times E will be equals to 0. That happens in case of necessities. It means what happens here? Price increases or decrease. Now here you see elasticity of demand. If I have to draw the demand curve, so you see this is the price P0 and this is the quantity demanded Q0. Now what happens? Price, let's say, increases by 20%, P0 to P1. But you see quantity demanded decreases by a relatively less margin, by 5%, 10% or so. So you'll find now when I connect these 2 points, you'll find that the demand curve is more vertical and less horizontal. So if the demand curve is becoming more and more upright, then it means the value of elasticity is decreasing. It is becoming less and less elastic. When E equals to 0, it means what happens here? The price may increase or price may decrease, but the quantity demanded remains constant. It does not change. And we know why we are getting 0? Because let's say price increases by 10%. Quantity demanded was previously 20 units, now it is still 20 units. So what is the change in quantity demanded? 0. So what happens here? If I divide 0 by 100, 0 divided by anything will be equals to 0. In that case, you will get a demand curve which is vertical, it means here price may increase or price may decrease, but the demand remains constant. This happens in case of necessary goods. And lastly, when E equals to infinite. When you will get an infinite value, it means in this case, price is remaining constant, but demand is increasing or decreasing, let's say by any percentage. So it means price, let's say, remains 0. All right. And there is an increase in demand by 10% or decrease in demand by 10%. Anything divided by 0 will get the infinite value. So in this case, remember in the previous case, you got a vertical straight line, which is parallel to the y-axis and touching the x-axis. In this case, you will get a horizontal straight line. This is the price. The quantity may increase or decrease, but the price remains constant. Horizontal straight line which is parallel to the x-axis and it touches the y-axis. All right. Then comes outlay method. The application of outlay method is there in various things. So outlay method or total expenditure method will try to find out that how is it so that increase or decrease in the price is going to affect the total expenditure of the consumer. So very important. Now why this is related to the concept of revenue, because whatever the consumer spend is what the sellers are going to earn. If the consumer spend more money, the sellers will earn more money. If the consumer spend less money, then the sellers will earn less money. So this method can be attached to the concept of revenue as well. So first here you'll have three situations of elasticity, that is E equals to 1. Now keep this in mind. If E equals to 1, it means if the price increases by 10%, then I decrease my consumption by 10% approximately. Now, what is the burden that is falling upon me in terms of price increase? Can I say this is the burden that is falling upon me? To neutralize the burden, what do? I decrease my consumption. When I'm decreasing my consumption, I'm decreasing the burden. So am I not able to neutralize the entire burden of increase in price? Yes. So in that case, how much money I'm spending extra? There is no extra expending. So in this case, we can say that total expenditure remains constant. And if suppose price decreases by 10%, then you increase the quantity demanded by 10%. Again, total expenditure more or less will remain constant. I'm saying more or less, perfect situation not, but more or less. So it means I'm saving 10%. With this 10% of saving, I'm buying 10% extra. I'm consuming more. But what is financing my extra consumption? The saving that I have made. So again, I am buying more, but I'm not spending more. I'm buying more from the money that I've saved. So can we say that when E is equals to 1, increase in price or decrease in price will not have any bearing on the total expenditure of the consumer. So expenditure will remain constant even when there is a change in price. All right. Next, E greater than 1. When E greater than 1 and let's say price increases by 10%. Remember, when E is greater than 1, sellers will always give you discount rather than increasing the price. So how much is the burden that fell upon you? This is the burden that is falling upon you. And you reduce your consumption by 20%. Are you reducing the burden which is more than the increase in burden or less than the increase in burden? If you would have reduced the consumption by 10%, then also you would have been able to neutralize more or less the entire burden. But you are reducing your consumption by 20%. Are you not decreasing your consumption way more than the burden that has increased upon you in terms of increase in price? So are you spending more money or spending less money here? You're spending less money. So total expenditure in this case is going to fall. But if suppose the price decreases by 10%, then quantity demanded will increase again by 20%, 30%. Hypothetical example I'm taking here. So you are saving 10%. From this 10% of saving, you can buy approximately 10% extra. Can you buy more than 10%? But you're buying more than 10%. So aren't you spending more money? Yes. So in this case, total expenditure increases. So can we now say that when E is greater than 1, then price and expenditure, they have inverse relation. Price increases, expenditure decreases, price decreases, expenditure increases. Correct. And lastly, when E is less than 1, less than unitary elastic demand. Now, if suppose price increases by 20%, you are decreasing your consumption by 10%. Now, what is the burden that is falling upon you in terms of price increase? 20%. You must reduce your consumption by approximately 20% to neutralize the entire burden of rise in price. Correct. But are you reducing it by 20%? No, you are able to reduce it by only 10%. So don't you think 10% of burden still remaining upon you? So in that case, are you spending more money or less money? You're spending more money, so total expenditure in this case is going to increase. And what if the price decreases? Price decreases by 20%. Quantity demanded will increase by again 10%. Now when you're saving 20%, you can buy approximately 20% extra, but you're buying only 10% extra. You are buying more, but are you utilizing all of your savings? No. So some of the savings you are taking back home. So are you spending more amount of money or less amount of money? So your total expenditure decreases. So can we say that when E is less than 1, then price and expenditure, they have direct relation. And when we connect to the concept of revenue, can I say that when E is equals to 1 and expenditure remains constant, it means total revenue of the seller in both these cases will also remain constant, because you're spending same as before, the sellers will earn same as before. Here, total revenue decreases, total expenditure decreases, total revenue will also decrease. Here, total expenditure increases, total revenue will also increase. All right. Here, total expenditure increases, total revenue will also increase, and total expenditure decreases, total revenue will also decrease. Clear? Then we have two other methods. One is known as arc method, one is known as point method. Now, arc and point method are used in two different situations. Arc method, when the change in quantity demanded is quite significant, then in that case we cannot measure the change in demand over a single point. We have to measure it between two different points over an arc on a demand curve. In that case we use arc elasticity method. And for the arc elasticity method, what was the formula? Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1 divided by P0 minus P1. One thing I forgot to mention you, that elasticity is negative when we are talking about price and demand relation. So you will always get you will always get response. Relation is negative, sorry, not elasticity. You will always get an answer which is negative, but elasticity can never be negative. The lowest value of elasticity is 0, not lower than 0, and highest is infinite. So when you get an answer which is negative, you look at the option. If in the option they've given you both negative and positive, then go ahead and mark negative. But most of the time what they will do, they will not give the negative sign, they will give you a positive answer, and one of the option is none of the above. Do not mark none of the above, mark the positive answer. But if the question is related to complementary goods, then they will give you negative answer. All right. So now, point method. In case of point method, if there is a very small change in price, P0 है, Q0, and let's say price increases by a very small margin, quantity demanded may fall by a small, may or may not fall. It is not possible for us to draw the demand curve in that case. So we will simply try to say that the demand is right now at this point. So when the change in price is very minuscule, minute, small, insignificant change in price is there, due to which there is there may or may not be a change in demand, quantity demanded, but if there is a change, the change will be also insignificant. In such a case, we'll use point elasticity method. You went to buy an air conditioner and the price of the air conditioner has increased from 40,000 rupees to 40,050 rupees. Will it affect your decision to buy the air conditioner? No. So if the market demand will fall, if I'm using the word, it may fall by an insignificant margin. In that case, we use point elasticity method. And the formula was lower segment of demand curve divided by upper segment of demand curve. So, and also remember, if they do not give you, note I've given you when we wrote this, if they do not give you lower and upper segment and they give you Q0 and Q1, P0 and P1, then simply ignore everything and apply the proportionate method formula to solve the answer. To find out the answer, you will be correct 10 out of 10 times. So they can also ask you that what is the elasticity at different point. Now at the midpoint, we say elasticity is equals to 1. At the point when its demand curve touches the y-axis, we say elasticity is infinite. When it touches the x-axis, we say elasticity is equals to 0. In between the midpoint and when the demand curve touches the y-axis, we say elasticity is greater than 1. And here we say elasticity is less than 1. Alright. And how did we get it? Get it, I've told you, applying the same formula. If suppose from A to E, the entire chord is 8 centimeter long, B to C is 2 centimeter, C to D is 2 centimeter, and D to E is 2 centimeter. If I want to find out elasticity at this point, what is the lower segment? 2 plus 2 is 4 divided by 2 plus 2 is 4 equals to 1. What is the lower segment here? 2. What is the upper segment from D onward? 6. 2 by 6 is 1 by 3, E less than 1. What is the lower segment here? 0 divided by upper segment is 8. 0 divided by anything is 0. Here at this point, what is the lower segment from B onwards? 6. What is the upper segment? 2. 6 by 2 is 3. E greater than 1. Here, what is the lower segment? 8. What is the upper segment? 0. Anything divided by 0 is infinite. All my students are getting it? Alright. Now, different elasticities they will try to ask you with regard to income. So income, you will have positive relation in all the cases, only in case of inferior goods. Now remember, for normal goods, income elasticity of demand may be 1 or may be lower than 1. It will not be greater than 1. Most of the cases it will be lower than 1. Alright. But for next, and remember, positive and equals to or lower than 1. But for luxury goods, again it is positive but greater than 1. Alright. It means when income increases, demand will also increase. In case of normal goods, if income increases by 10%, demand may increase by 7, or let's say 5%. So you have 0.5 elasticity to demand, increase and increase. But if it's a luxury goods and income increases by 10%, then the demand may increase by 30%. So you have got 3 elasticity. Correct? So here you have inelastic demand but positive relation. So normal goods. Here you have elastic demand again but positive relation. But you have luxury goods. And if there is a negative relation, it means income increases, demand decreases, more or less you will find E is less than 1 aata isme. It means income increases by 10%, demand increases by let's say 5%. So you got again 0.5, but 0.5 with a negative relation. You compare this one and this one. Do you find the difference? Here it is same, here it is same, but here positive relation and here negative relation. Understood? One is positive, one is negative. So whatever value comes, it doesn't matter. If the relationship is negative, it has to be inferior good. Now the catch I've told you is with regard to the necessary goods. In case of necessary goods, remember, when people have more money in their pocket, they become irrational. So let's say your income increases by 30%. By mistake, you will increase the demand for necessary goods also by, let's say, 1 or 2%. So of course, E is less than 1. All right, even if you increase by 10%, still less than 1, but you will not increase by 10%. You will increase by 1% or 2% maybe. All right, but the question is why you have increased. If I ask you, if your income has increased, why you have bought more of necessary goods? You will have no answer to explain it. Only when you will waste that particular commodity, expired medicine, then you will realize that I've made a mistake. And once you realize, what you will do, will you not buy? You will buy. But will you buy extra? You will not buy extra. It means you should have purchased 100 units. You bought 102 units. Now you'll do what? You will decrease it back to 100 units. So in the long run, the demand will become perfectly inelastic. So in the short run, the demand income elasticity of demand for necessary goods will be inelastic. In the long run, it will become perfectly inelastic. That will be E equals to 0. I've given you a noting as well. I think if neither long run and short run is mentioned, you will always assume it to be short run. All right, then you'll choose the answer which says inelastic. If they have mentioned specifically long run, then you should go for, yes, perfectly inelastic. Clear? Now where they will confuse, what happened? They will try to confuse you between price elasticity and income elasticity. So if I write price over here and write income over here, let me price over here and income over here, and let's say if I talk about normal goods, so price elasticity of demand is what? Negative or positive? uh, Price, I'm not talking about income. Negative, no. Price increases, quantity demanded decreases, so you have negative relation. But when we are talking about income, you have positive relation between income and price, income and demand. When we talk about luxury goods, tell me, price elasticity is what? Negative or positive? Negative. In price increases, demand decreases. Don't think about exception all the time. But here you have positive. Of course, here you largely have E less than 1. Here also you have E less than 1 inelastic. Here you'll have E greater than 1, and here also E greater than 1. So elasticity is common, but relationship is one negative, one positive. When we talk about inferior goods, what is relationship with price? Again, negative. And what is the relationship with the income? Again, negative. So in case of inferior goods, you have negative on both sides. Of course, E will be less than 1 here also. E will be less than 1 here also. So keep this thing in mind, whether they are talking about the price or they're talking about the income. When you're talking about the price, you have negative relation in all three. When we are talking about income, you have positive relation in normal goods and luxury goods, but negative relation in case of inferior goods. Got it? Clear? Now comes what is known as cross elasticity of demand. Now, cross elasticity of demand between two complements, of course, it will be negative. Price of X increases, demand for Y is going to decrease. All right. Then comes what is known as substitute goods. Positive relation we have already covered. Income, the price of X increases, demand for Y will also increase. If Pepsi increases the price, then people will buy more Coca-Cola, so demand for Coca-Cola will increase. Positive relation. All right. In case of two commodities which are very close substitute, not a perfect substitute but a close substitute, for example, two brands of milk, will you be willing to change from one brand to another quickly, or will you have difficulty changing the brand? Very easily, no? Difficulty होगा क्या? Huh? Your mom tells you go and buy tomato, and you got one breed hybrid tomato, one organic tomato, another tomato. अभी अब hybrid नहीं मिल रहा है. Will you not buy organic? I will say मैं tomato नहीं खाएगा आज. Huh? You went to the market to buy Amul butter. Amul butter is not there. Nandini is butter there. By butter is butter. Correct? Made through the same process. It's not that Nandini will bring the buffaloes and the cows from the heaven and make the heavenly butter. Correct? So it means when two commodities are very close substitute, they will give very similar utility, if not exact same utility. Then people will be easily willing to change from one brand to another. So you went to the market to buy 10 packets of Amul milk. Amul milk is only available for 4 packets. Remaining 6 you will take Nandini and come back home. Because when you mix Nandini Amul, what will happen? Nothing. Can you look at the pot and say, Acha, where is Nandini and where is Amul? So no difference at all. So you will be easily willing to change from one to another. So we say there is high degree of substitutability. It means you can substitute one commodity with another very, very quickly. But when two commodities are perfect substitute, then you can substitute. Perfect substitute where it is not found in the practical world. But if two goods are perfect substitute, then you can easily jump from one. I mean, it doesn't matter. There may be some difference between Amul and Nandini, but when two goods are perfect substitute, exact same utility will give you. So you can substitute infinitely with good X and good Y. As a result, the elasticity of demand, cross elasticity of demand will be infinite. And what if two commodities are perfect complements? When two goods are perfect complements, what do you think will be elasticity of demand? One house is there who have 4 ACs in their house. Another house, there is no AC. Now, electricity and AC are perfect complements. Can you run AC for even 1 second without electricity? नहीं, फूंक मार के तो चलेगा नहीं. Correct? So, now what will happen? If suppose the price of electricity increases, who will be able to adjust better by reducing its electricity consumption? Is it the house without the AC or is it the house with the AC? Without the AC. Because yeah, the house with the AC can adjust better, but only provided they will uninstall all the AC. बोला आज से AC खत्म, उठा के फेंक दिया window से. Then you can. But do you think you are going to do that? The answer is no. So it means if you have AC in your house, then you will have to use it somehow. So you cannot cut down much the consumption of electricity as the other household which doesn't have an AC. Correct? So don't you think the demand for electricity for you will be inelastic? For you it will be inelastic, for him it will be elastic. One guy owns a cycle, other guy owns a car, price of petrol increases, who can adjust better? बोला सर साइकिल वाला तो पेट्रोल कहाँ यूज करेगा, अरे बस तो लेगा कभी. Alright, when the price of petrol and diesel increases, the bus fare is going to increase. So, but he can prefer to say, I'll not go in a bus, I'll go in a cycle from tomorrow. Or I'll take a metro, he has n number of options available. Or he can say, I will half the way, I'll go in a cycle, I'll park my cycle from there, I'll take, many people do it. From half the way, I'll take a metro. Correct? But the other guy, can he adjust better? He can adjust also, but not the way this person can. If the person owning the car have to adjust like the other person, then he'll have to sell away the car. Correct? He's not going to do it. So when two commodities are very close substitute, two commodities have joined, they are tied or demand, or they are perfect, you can say complements, then you cannot cut down much the consumption of one commodity when the price of another increases, and the demand will be inelastic. When you are not able to adjust, the demand will be inelastic. All right, clear? And what if two goods, they are not related? Then elasticity will be, cross elasticity will be zero. You wanted to buy a potato chips, you went to the shop, you said potato chips nahi hai, bread lega kya? The answer is no. All right, you will not be willing to. Your mom tells you go and buy 10 liters of milk. You went there, will say 5 liters of milk and 3 parachute hair oil hai. And you take the milk and the parachute hair oil, what will happen? Your mom will send you to Nimhans. अभी जाके इलाज करा के आने का. So when two goods are unrelated, you will not be willing to substitute one with another. All right, not at all. So cross elasticity of demand in that case will be zero. Then we came up, what are the other factors from which can affect the elasticity of demand? From there, two questions, minimum two you will get, sometimes even 3 questions you get. So what are the other factors? First, we have covered substitutes, availability of substitute. When one commodity has multiple substitute available, then I have so many choice, and elasticity is about response of the consumer. So don't you think if consumers have greater choices available, his response will be better? So don't you think elasticity of that particular good will be higher? E will be greater than 1. And if there are less substitute available, you have less choice making power, demand will be inelastic. Khatam. Easy. Then comes nature of commodity. If the good is a necessary commodity, then I cannot cut down the consumption of it much. So demand will be either inelastic or perfectly inelastic. It's a life-saving medicine it is. But luxury good, I can easily postpone the demand. All right. So the demand will be elastic. And these are non-essential. We have seen that even a small percentage increase or decrease in price will affect the demand significantly, affect the budget significantly. Third one is position of commodity in consumer's budget. On one commodity, you are spending 1 lakh rupees out of your income every month. On the other commodity, you are spending rupees 100 only. This is your good X and this is your good Y. Rupees 100. And there is increase in the price. The increase in the price of this commodity is by 30%, whereas increase in the price of this commodity by 80%. Which will bother you more? Is it X or is it Y? Huh? X. Yes. Even if I write here only 10%, still it will bother you more. Why? Because what is the extra burden that will fall on you? You have to spend rupees 10,000 extra, isn't it? And here how much you have to increase? Only rupees 80. So X can destroy my budget. Y cannot destroy my budget. So again, response of the consumer will be greater when they are affected more, when they are affected less. Affected more. Where I'm affected more? Here I'm affected more. So I will have to adjust, make adjustment here more. So E will be greater than 1. And if I'm affected less, E will be, even if I don't respond, doesn't matter. Correct? Clear? So now, then number of uses. One commodity can be used in a number of ways. Milk you can use as milk. You can make various derivatives of milk. All right, curd bana sakta hai, cheese bana sakta hai, butter also many people make it at home. All right, you can, various dishes are made from milk, various sweets are made from milk, right or not? So I can adjust the consumption of milk when the price of milk increases easily, because when one commodity is used in a number of ways, I don't have to make big adjustment in only one of the commodity. I can make an adjustment to 2 to 3% everywhere, and this way my saving will be much. Electricity today is used in so many different ways. All right, why do you think? You see, the price of electricity has increased in the last 4 years way more than the price of petrol. Price of petrol has increased by only 50%. 70 rupees tha, अभी 105 रुपीज है, सो 70 का हाफ कितना होता? 35. 35 plus 70, 105. But the price of electricity, a household which was paying 400 rupees in any urban city, you take it, now they are paying 800 rupees. Those whose bill was 200 rupees, now it is 400 rupees. Correct? Why people are not shouting? Because you can easily make an adjustment. You can easily make an adjustment in house. You have to be just conscious. All right. You are using, AC is on when you are leaving the house. Even for 15 minutes every day, that is 15 minutes into 30 days. If there are 4 people in the house, then 15 minutes into 30 days into 4. Can you not cut down its consumption a bit? Yes, you can cut down its consumption. So what happens now, that you have to make little bit of adjustment everywhere. Little bit of adjustment everywhere. In big way you can save more. But cooking gas, the price has increased. Can you save more? You cannot. You have to stop consuming food, because it's used for only one purpose, that is cooking food, for no other purpose. Right or wrong? The only way you can decrease the consumption, not by much. How can you decrease the consumption? You're making tea 5 times in a day, make it 2 times, put it in a hot flask. Once food is cooked, 4 people are eating at 4 different times. Every time they are reheating the food. You can make a norm that once the food is cooked, the entire family will have it at the same time. All right. You can do that and save. So you cannot save much. All right. Your parents will never say from tomorrow no breakfast, because the price of cylinders have increased. No. So in that case, the demand will be inelastic. Next, time period. Human beings need time to make adjustment. Suddenly you must have seen, no, even when suddenly weather changes, you'll fall sick. होता है ना? In North India, people start to suffer from chicken pox. Small pox नहीं, eradicate हो गया. Chicken pox happens to almost, you can say, 50% of Indians sometime in their life. When your kids, many of you must have suffered when during your childhood, isn't it? So it's like 1 week, it's over. All right. Now modern medicine has become very advanced. All right. Nobody dies due to chicken pox. Now, why happens? Sudden decline in temperature. Temperature नीचे गिर गया, ऊपर उठ गया, गर्मी हो गया. Your body is not able to respond. Infection increases. So we need time to make adjustment. So in the same way, when suddenly the price of something increases, you cannot say from tomorrow I'll not consume. No. You have to be given time to find out what is the alternative. How can I decrease my consumption of this commodity? And once you have found out a solution to that, then you can decrease your demand sufficiently. In the short run, you cannot respond much. So the demand for any commodity, it will be inelastic. But in the long run, it will become elastic. You are able to respond less here, you are able to respond more here. That happens in everything that we do. So that was your time period. Then comes what is known as personal preference of the consumer. We all have some of the favorite product. Some of us, I'm not saying that everything that you use is favorite. Everything that you use is your favorite. But some of the goods are your favorite. So when you are attracted to that particular commodity, when you are attached to that particular commodity, then what will happen? You will not be able to decrease your consumption much. As a result, what will happen? The demand will become inelastic, because your personal preference will not let you decrease the consumption much. So inelastic. And next was tight demand. I've already told you this one. Perfect complementary goods have tight demand. If you have a computer and the price of software increases, you cannot cut down the consumption of software. If you have an AC, price of electricity increases, you cannot cut down much the expenditure or spent on electricity. And lastly, it was the price range. Price range, it means either we are talking about high price goods or low price goods. Now, high priced का मतलब क्या है? Doesn't mean that it's a luxury goods. Doesn't mean it's a luxury good. I have not mentioned luxury good. Remember, unless they mention luxury good, you will not assume every high price good is a luxury good. So high price goods are those goods, normal goods which are superior quality of that particular commodity. All right, there are soaps and shampoos available at 100, 200, 500 rupees per bottle. Normal है, cheaper version भी आता है, inferior version भी आता है. Washing powder Nirma is an inferior quality of washing powder. Surf Excel and this one are better quality, normal quality. But you'll find some soaps and shampoos are sold at even 15, 20,000, 30,000 rupees bottle. Now, cloth is a normal commodity. If you go and buy a Levi's jeans, 1500, 1800, 2000, even 3000, no problem, normal price. But you know that there are jeans available which is sold at 80,000, 90,000 rupees. Yes, there are. So, there are tea available in India which is sold at 35 lakh rupees per kilogram. Yes, 35 lakh rupees per kilogram. Tea. You go to Delhi Airport T3 terminal, you will find there's a shop that sells 35 lakh rupees per kilogram. My question is, who will consume this good? See, luxury goods even poor people consume. Luxury goods I'm talking about, don't you think even poor people during the time of marriage, they will buy some amount of gold and silver? Not as much as you guys, but they will buy little bit amount of it, correct? But go and ask a poor person that have you ever bought a shampoo costing 30,000 rupees? You will not also not buy. So who purchases this commodity? Very high income earning household. Will it matter to them if the price increases significantly? No, even. So in that case, the demand will be inelastic for these goods. And low price goods is consumed. It's not necessary that it's a inferior good. Low price good, the pens refill that you are buying is also low price. A matchbox is also low price. Do you think when the price of these goods increases by 10, 20, 30%, will it demand fall down much? No, it will not affect anybody's demand, budget much. So in this case also demand will be inelastic. Correct? All right. And then demand distinctions we have already covered. There are different types of good. Intermediate goods, which are producer goods, are those goods which are used again and again, that helps in wealth creation for a very long period of time. Then there are intermediate goods. Intermediate goods are used to make the final good. These are the raw material. For example, cotton is an intermediate good. Cotton cloth is a final product. And then final product you can divide into two parts. One is a durable goods and one is a non-durable goods. Or all right, consumer goods ही बोलते हैं, non-durable goods and durable goods. Non-durable goods are those goods which are consumed only once. All right, it means you buy a perfume bottle, the perfume spray has happened. Now you can use the ones which are not yet used inside the bottle, but the one that has come out of the bottle, can you use it again? No, it can only be used once. Whereas durable goods like televisions, air conditioners, everything, you can use it again and again for a very long period of time. All right, then there is something that is known as what? Derived demand and joint demand. Derived demand is when the final product is derived from the raw material. For example, cotton cloth is derived from cotton. Plastic toys are derived from plastic. Tires are derived from rubber. So if the demand for the final product increases, then the demand for the intermediate goods will also increase. Demand for houses more increases, demand for bricks and cement will increase. Demand for toys increases, demand for plastic will also increase. So here the main product, the final product is derived from the intermediate good. Whereas when two commodities, they are simply used as perfect complement, but they are produced independently, they are said to have joint demand. In this case also direct relationship is there. But here we are talking about increase in the demand for tires due to increase in the demand for car. Is the tire used to make the car? No. Car is manufactured separately and the tire is manufactured separately. If a house is made, can I take away the cement from the house? But if the car has a tire, can I take away the tire from the car? Yes, I can put in not more tire, new tire. So joint demand are two goods which are independently produced, but these are used together. All right. Then there is what is known as autonomous demand. The concept of autonomous demand is an ideal construct, only a theoretical reality. because autonomous demand do not really exist in the market, in the practical world. When the demand for one commodity increases and it will not affect the demand for any other commodity, then it is said to have an autonomous demand. Clear hai? Understood? So this finishes our concept of demand. All right. Uh, do you want two half an hour of break or one hour of break? Half an hour, two half an hour break you will want? No? ठीक है.
First 15 minutes
Two half an hour break, no? So 12:30 to 1 I'll give you. All right. Now the concept of supply. Now again, remember supply is very easy again when we have covered the concept of demand. Supply is again, remember, stock is not supply. Production is not supply. But what is supply? Supply is stocks or goods which are made available for sale, or the producer that they have planned to sell at a particular price during a particular point in time. All right. I may have produced something, but after my production, the market price would have crashed. Then I have the good that I want to hold as a stock and I don't want to sell unless the price increases. So you cannot say production is necessarily equal to supply or stock is necessarily equals to supply. Clear? So just like demand, supply also says that there is a direct relation between price and quantity supplied, holding all other factors constant. Demand bolta tha inverse, here बोल रहा है direct relationship is there. But you'll say sir, the contradiction नहीं हो गया क्या? Law of demand says price increases and quantity demanded will decrease. But law of supply says price increase and you increase the quantity supplied. All right. But if you think as a seller, if the price is increasing, then if I increase the price, I know the quantity demanded is falling down, going to fall down. Then why will I supply more? I'll have unsold stock. Unsold stock is bad for business. Why bad for business? Because you have incurred various costs in terms of wages, material costs, electricity. You have to pay interest on the capital that you must have borrowed from the bank. Unless you sell away the stock, you will not be able to recover your cost. And how will you make the payment then? Then there is something wrong? No, there is nothing wrong. Here, I've mentioned that you increase the price. I'm not saying that the seller will increase the price. Remember, there is something that is known as equilibrium and market forces. One side, there are consumers who are exerting the pressure on the price by creating demand. On the other side, there are suppliers who are competing among themselves to meet the consumers' demand. So this fight between the buyers and sellers together, that will lead to rise or fall in the price. Now, rise and fall, it means the market price is pushed up because consumers are willing to pay a higher price. I am not increasing the price, the market is increasing the price. Don't you think that during Diwali, the demand for laddus will increase? So I can meet the demand to this point, but let's say demand increases from here to here. Abhi supply I cannot increase much. I will try to increase as much as possible, but don't you think still the demand is on the higher side? Don't you think I'll increase the price? Then let's say, sir, if you increase the price, demand will fall down. Okay, no problem, it will fall down here, but still I'll be able to sell everything. Correct or not? So when there is a pressure created by the consumers, the sellers will increase the price and then increase the quantity supplied to multiply their profit even more. So due to which there is a direct or positive relation between price and quantity supplied. As a result, you will get an upward sloping curve. Same way, here you have price, here you have quantity, here P0, here Q0. Now when the price increases, the quantity supplied will increase, and when the price decreases to P2, then quantity supplied will decrease to Q2. When I join these 3 points, what you will get is the supply curve, which is sloping upward again from left to right. There is a positive relation between price and quantity supplied. Two more things again that we have already covered in demand, that both demand and supply are qualitative concept, because when the market price will increase, I know supply is going to increase, but by how much I don't know. Correct? Clear? And it is a flow concept. Why? Because the law of supply talks about change in quantity supplied due to change in price between two different points in time. But remember one thing, just like we have seen exceptions to the law of demand, we don't say exception in this case because it doesn't happen so that the price increases and quantity supply decreases. But what happens rather is that price increases or decreases, but still the supply remains constant. There is no opposite move that is happening. And also remember, when they mention complementary goods and substitute goods ka concept, here supply is not related to supply, it's related to demand. Why? Because if I am buying a car, I will have to buy petrol as well. But if I'm selling a car, do I need to sell petrol as well? Huh? No. The concept of complements do not come over here. Clear? So don't get confused. Complement words से इसमें demand related question है वो. All right. So now, in what cases, during what cases, on and off, they ask you question that law of supply will not be applicable in case of agricultural goods. If suppose I am producing this pen, this is not an agriculture good. Let's say I'm producing this pen, the demand for this pen increases. The sellers, consumers are willing to pay a higher price, 10% more. Don't you think I have the factory already? I'll ask my labor to do overtime. The materials are available. I can easily buy and increase my production in one night. Correct? And I'll meet the demand. Correct? So there will be not much gap between demand and supply. As a result, price will be largely stable. You'll never hear, have you ever heard that the price of toothpaste has increased from 50 rupees to 250 rupees? No. But you will always hear that the price of tomato, sometimes it's onion, sometimes it's potato, sometimes it's lemon or lime, that the price has suddenly increased from 20 to 200 rupees. Now 20 to 200 rupees, that is 10 times. That is 1000%. Correct? कभी ऐसा सोचा क्या टेलीविजन 1 लाख की जगह 10 लाख का मिल रहा है अभी? Same model? No. Why doesn't it happen? You have to ask yourself. Because whenever the demand increases, the sellers can easily increase the supply. As simple as that. Alright. So supply and demand ज़्यादा difference नहीं होता. But if suppose I'm selling tomato and price increases in the market, can I grow tomato overnight? The answer is no. So it means whether the price increases, I'll have to sell same amount of tomato. And let's say price crashes. I was willing to sell at 50 rupees. Now the price crashed down to 10 rupees. Can I say I will hold it for 1 week, 1 month time? I'll get nothing out of it. So in this case, whether the price increases or decreases, the supply remains constant in the short run. Supply can only be increased in the long run. But there are certain things that supply of which can never be increased. One is land. Neither in the short run, nor in the long run. Ricardo said that land has indestructible power. It can neither be created nor it can be destroyed. And supply of land is fixed in nature. As a result, you will get the supply curve for land, which is a vertical straight line. Price may increase or decrease, but quantity supplied can never change. And third one is antiques or rare items. You cannot have another Mona Lisa painting. You cannot have another Kohinoor diamond. Correct? So you'll have one piece of this. That's why these are not sold. These are rather auctioned in the market. Clear? Eh? Now, what are the factors from here? Strangely, a lot of questions, many a times ICI asked. All right. So they ask you that what are the factors other than price that can affect supply? So price we have seen. So whenever, remember, they ask you any question like that, you have to close your eyes and think why a businessman is doing a business. His ultimate objective is to maximize profit. So anything that he does is going to increase his profit. then he will increase the quantity supplied. All right. He will increase the quantity supplied and he will try to multiply his profit manifold. And if something happened that decreases the profit of the seller, then he will decrease the supply. So in this case, you can get first one, what is known as related goods. Related goods doesn't mean substitute. It could be anything that I can sell. Now let's say I am selling A at rupees 100. I'm also selling B at rupees 150. Correct. Now the cost of production of A is rupees 80 and cost of production of B is rupees 120. So B is giving me more profit. Correct. So I am supplying more of B. I'm supplying more of B and less of A. Then you say, sir, why not only sell B? But the question is, what is the guarantee that B's price will not fall tomorrow? And what is the guarantee that A's price will not increase tomorrow? If I shut down A and then the price of B falls and price of A increases, will I keep shutting down and starting one business every year? No. Now what happens here is that the price of B decreases. The price of B decreases from 150 rupees to, let's say, 130 rupees. It means people are not willing to pay 150 rupees for B. They're willing to pay only 130. Now tell me, even though I'm selling B at 130, but my profit is only 10 rupees. And here my profit is still rupees 20. Now which one gives me more profit? A. So what will I do? I will produce more of A now, but I can only produce more of A. I have free resources, because one factor you have to understand, one truth is that there is no infinite resource by anybody to anybody. So it means I will decrease the supply of B, sorry. I'll decrease the supply of B. From there I'll save some amount of money and I will use it to supply more of A. Now you cannot say, sir, shut down supply B. No. What happens tomorrow if the price of A falls down? So it means if A's price increases, automatically A will start giving me more profit than B. So what will I do? I will want to increase the supply of A. So demand supply of B will decrease. So can I say inverse relation ho gaya? Increase in the price of A gives more profit. I will supply more of A. I'll decrease the supply of B. And if suppose supply price of B increases, then what will I do? Same thing. I will decrease the supply of A. So inverse or negative relation between price of one commodity and supply of another. Right. Then comes cost of production. Cost of production. You see, two ways I can increase my profit. Either the market price increases and I supply more, or my cost of production decreases. So my cost of production was 100 rupees and my selling price was rupees 120. So my profit per unit was rupees 20. Now cost of production decreases from 100 to 80 rupees. Market price remains same at 120. So don't you think now my profit doubles up from 20 to 40 rupees? What will I do? Will I supply more? Yes, profit increase, or what did I tell you? When profit is increasing, you are going to increase your supply because you want to multiply your profit. So can we say cost of production and supply has negative relation? Decrease in the cost of production, more profit margin, more increase in supply. Increase in the cost of production, less profit margin, decrease the supply. Now related to cost of production, there is something we call it as advanced technology. All right. What does advanced technology do? Advanced technology brings in efficiency, and the direct implication of efficiency is decrease in the cost of production. So due to increased efficiency, my cost of production decreases. As a result, my profit will increase. Then you'll say, sir, to buy that advanced technology, you have to spend money. A businessman will always perform a cost and benefit analysis before investing, before incurring any kind of capex or capital expenditure. Now, if I find out as a businessman that if I buy this machinery, state of the art modern machinery, and 100 crore rupees hai, but it will increase my productive efficiency by 50%, my cost of production reduces by 50%, and I will be able to recover the entire money that I have spent to buy this machinery in a matter of 5 years, and this machine has a longevity of 20 years. So don't you think in remaining 15 years it will pure profit for me? Then I will go for it. But if I find out that I'm spending 100 crore rupees and this machine is not going to give me more than 5% of better efficiency, and even after 50 years I'll not be able to recover the money, then I will not go for it. All right. So a businessman will always try to perform a cost and benefit analysis before taking any long-term capital, intensive decision. So advanced technology will lead to decrease in the cost of production. As a result, profit of the seller will increase. So what he will do? He will increase the supply. So advanced technology and supply has a direct or positive relation. Then comes indirect taxes. You see, when we measure the GDP later on at market price, we always measure national income at factor cost. Why? Because just by increasing the tax, we can increase our value of GDP and our national income will increase. So something, what is GDP? GDP is the market value of all goods and services produced within the domestic territory in 1 year. Correct. So if government was taking 10% tax and the good was sold at rupees 200, government increases tax and the good is now sold at 250 rupees. Can I say GDP has increased? The answer is no. So remember, tax increases the price of the commodity. Now this increase happens even when the consumer is not willing to pay a high price. And indirect taxes fall as a burden on the final consumer. It means the seller is going to club it with the price and it will pass this burden on to the consumer, collect this tax money from the final consumer and pay it back to the government. So increase in taxes, don't you think, will increase consumer burden? When consumer burden will increase, don't you think quantity demanded he will decrease? And when quantity demanded is decreasing, it means for me, seller, is it a good thing or bad thing? No, good, bad thing, because we know that when the demand will fall down, eventually the price will fall down. My profitability will fall down. So what I'll do, I will decrease the supply in this case. So tax and supply has a negative or inverse relation. Opposite of tax is what we call it as subsidy. Subsidy is a benefit given by the government to the final consumer. Now in that case, sellers are not selling you a discount. Sellers was selling you the product to you at rupees 100. Now the government says that what you do, you take 20 rupees from me and you charge only 80 rupees from the consumer. So seller is getting entire 100 rupees. Previously it was getting entire 100 from consumer, now only 80 from consumer. So don't you think for the consumer, actually there is a fall in the market price? As a result, don't you think the demand will increase? And when the demand is increasing, the profit of the seller is going to increase. So don't you think he will increase the supply as well? Clear? Hai? So let's quickly look at contraction expansion, then we'll go for the break. Same logic here you use in case of, we'll go up till, we'll try to finish off cost and production itself today, right? So now in case of supply, what happens now here, that yeah, budget line and everything is there, production cost kar payega ki nahi, but production path tak to chala jayega hum log aaj. So now what happens here, that when you're talking about supply, remember everything shift, everything changes. Now down, confusion kahan aata hai? Price increases in case of demand, quantity demanded will decrease. You're moving down the slope. Here also you'll move down the slope, but it will lead to contraction. When you move down the slope on a upward sloping curve, it will lead to contraction. When you move down the slope on a downward sloping curve, it will lead to expansion. Likewise, price decreases over there. All right, quantity demanded will increase. You will move down the slope there. Correct or not? Price decreases, you will move down the slope. Here what will happen? Here also you will move down the slope. There down the slope was expansion, here down the slope will be contraction. So if this is the price and this is the quantity, and this was the original price P0, and this was your quantity supplied. Now when the price increases from P0 to P1, you see quantity supplied is increasing. Now if this was my point A, then this is my point B. You move up the slope. Remember, when you move up the slope on in case of demand, it led to contraction, but here up the slope will lead to expansion. देखो movement same होगा, याद रखो, effect opposite. Up price, you move up on the slope of the demand curve, you move up on the slope of the supply curve. दोनों up move कर रहा, but here you are going towards the x axis. It means quantity demanded is going to decrease, but you are going away from the origin. It means quantity supplied will increase. And when I decrease the price, it means the market is giving me the cue to decrease the price. Then what will happen here? Quantity demanded decreases, or quantity supplied decreases, quantity demanded will increase. Here B. So this will lead to, when you move down the slope, contraction. So again you move in this way, price decrease, you move down the slope on the demand curve leading to expansion, you move down the slope on the supply curve leading to contraction. Movement is same but the effect is different. All right, so it happened due to price, and when something happens due to price, we call it as expansion or contraction, or we call it change in quantity supplied. But when there is, now in case of shift of the supply curve, it is the same. Only difference is, if this was the price and this was the quantity, demand curve rightward leftward shift we are doing like this. Now supply curve we will draw like this and say that this is your rightward shift SS1 from SS0, and this is your leftward shift SS2 from SS0. So this is your left. So their left shift demand, decrease in demand, here also decrease in supply. यहाँ पे कोई difference नहीं है. And their rightward shift, increase in demand, here increase in supply, right shift. So you see here was Q0, here is your Q1, and here is your Q2. How it happens? If suppose this is, here is the supply right now, and let's say this is the supply curve for good A. Price, market price of B is increasing. B will give me more profit. What will I do? Leftward shift हो जाएगा. Here the price of A remains same, but still I will decrease its supply. If suppose market price of B decreases, A automatically will give me more profit. So what will happen? Rightward shift. This is the demand curve for mobile phone when Nokia was selling the phone. Then many other companies came. What will happen? Increase in the number of sellers. Rightward shift happen. Decrease in the number of sellers. Leftward shift will happen. Advancement in technology. Rightward shift. Increase in the cost of production. Leftward shift. Decrease in the cost of production. Rightward shift. It means it is not the price but all other factors except price. Clear? You can take the break right now here. We'll finish off this. Then we'll go to the indifference curve and theory of consumer equilibrium, and then we'll look at budget line, and then we'll start with the concept of production. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Half an hour break, everyone. Quick revision note will be uploaded quickly, don't worry. हाँ अश्वत यहाँ
गेम ही नहीं आया तो हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते।
मतलब
कुछ नहीं कर सकते। नहीं
तो स्ट्रीमिंग की डालना पड़ेगा ना फिर तो।
टीवी को कितने कितने स्टूडेंट्स को हम बेच सकते हैं, और ना ये लिंक लगाया है तो भी कितने स्टूडेंट्स को हम बेच सकते
तो कौन आके यहाँ पे कॉपी करके गया है, कोई वही स्टॉप स्ट्रीमिंग किया होगा तो।
हैं। ये सब तो आता है।
नहीं तो इसमें ऑटो इसका ऑफ कर दे, क्योंकि अगर ये ऑफ हुआ होगा शटडाउन, ये शटडाउन था अभी।
तो क्या है सर,
स्ट्रीमिंग इज देयर,
कोई बात
लेकिन यहाँ पर नहीं आ रहा
तो क्लोज कर सकते हैं।
है। फाइन।
ये ना सर,
वहाँ पे all right, so let's begin. Am I audible, everyone?
आ रहा है सर, ठीक है सर, थैंक यू।
All right, so let's continue. Huh? Not yeah. Not audible here, right? It's very low online classes. But they're saying audible. Huh? All right, let's see. Let's begin. So now, same with regard to elasticity of supply, the same concept will apply with regard to elastic supply as in case of elasticity of demand. All right, there are three methods here. You don't have outlay method because outlay is related to the expenditure of the consumer. Here we are concerned about the cost and revenue of the seller, that will be studying separately. So again, under proportionate method, it is the same. Meaning what? That if I want to find out elasticity of supply, I will say write it as percentage change in quantity supplied divided by percentage change in price, and the formula exactly remains the same. That is Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0, but rather than quantity change in quantity demanded, now it is change in quantity supplied into P0 divided by P0 minus P1. As simple as that. And the only thing is that you will not get a negative answer here. You'll always get a positive answer because of positive relationship. Let's say if I say that the price of the commodity was rupees 1000 and Q0 quantity supplied was 50 units, and price increases from 1000 to 1500 rupees, and quantity supplied increases from 50 to 75 units. What is the elasticity of supply? So Q0 minus Q1, that is 50 minus 75 divided by Q0, that is 50, into P0, that is 1000 divided by P0 minus P1, that is 1000 minus 1500. So 50 minus 75 is minus 25 by 50 into 1000 by minus 500. So this minus minus cancels out. This will go two times, this will go two times, 2 cancels, you got 1 a positive one. So here you don't have a concern whether negative rahe or positive rahe. Clear? All right. So positive relation between price and quantity supplied. So you got E equals to 1. Why? Because you see, intentionally I've taken here that the price is increasing by what, 50%, and quantity supplied is also increasing by 50%. So when percentage change in quantity supplied is equal to the percentage change in price, we get E equals to 1. But when do you think that E is greater than 1? Same way, it here also it will happen in case of luxury good. But again, why luxury good? You have to think now from the perspective of seller. So remember, whether it's the demand curve or the supply curve, when the demand curve is become more and more horizontal, it means elasticity is increasing. Likewise, when the supply curve becomes more and more horizontal, it bends on toward the right rather than toward the left. So a vertical line can bend towards the left and become a more of a horizontal line, or it can bend also toward the left and it will become more of a horizontal line. So in that case, elasticity will increase. And in case of luxury goods also, why? You have to think from the perspective of seller. If I'm selling a particular commodity, let's say I'm selling jewelry, I'm in the jewelry business, and gold price increases. Now question is, why am I increasing the gold price? No, the market price is increasing because increase in demand. People are willing to pay a higher price. In that case, I know that even 10% or 5% increase in the price will give me huge amount of profit. So I will increase the supply by a significantly large number of unit. And when the price falls down, then of course my losses will also, my revenue fall will also be significant. So I will hold on and wait for the price to increase. So as a result, what will happen? Now, same way, this is the price, this is the quantity, and this was initially your price P0 and this was your quantity supplied Q0. Now when the price increases, let's say from this point to this point by 10% or so, quantity supplied will increase by more than 10%. So you see, when I join these 2 points, you'll get a supply curve which is more of a sleeping line than a standing line, and in that case we get E equal greater than 1. Why? Because the response of the seller here is greater than or relatively more than the change in the price. But when E is less than 1, then seller's response will be on the lower side. It means now when the price changes, the quantity supplied will change by a relatively smaller margin. So it means now, let's say if I take the same way, this is the price and this is the quantity supplied, and QP0 and Q0. Now when the price increases, let's say from P0 to P1 by 20%, quantity supplied may increase by only 10%. So when I join these 2 points, what you get is a upward sloping curve, of course. But if I compare this particular curve here and this one, don't you think this is more of a standing line than a sleeping line? Why? Because we see that the change here is relatively more than the change over here. It means response of the seller is relatively less than the change in the price. And when E is, again, in case of E equals to 0 and infinite, you'll get the same slope, same kind of supply curve, just that it looks like a demand curve, but it is not the demand curve. So if suppose I this was the price and this is the quantity. So if this was the price and this was the quantity supplied Q0, price increases from P0 to P1, or the price may decrease, but quantity supplied do not change. So it means the supply curve will be a vertical straight line which is parallel to the y-axis and it touching the x-axis. Clear? And lastly, what we have seen, this one again is the price and this was the quantity. So this is P0. Now the supply may increase from Q0 to Q1 or Q1 to Q0, but price remains same here. So it means if, let's say, P0 was 1000 rupees, P1 is also rupees 1000, but Q0 was 20 units and Q1 is 22 units. So what is the change, a percentage change in supply? That is 10%. What is the percent change in price? 0. So percentage change in quantity is 10%, percentage change in price is 0. Anything divided by 0, you'll get the value as infinite. All right, clear? All right. Now, again, same arc method will use when there is a big change in price due to which there is a big change in quantity supplied, and you have to measure it between two different points by applying the same formula, that is Q0 minus Q1 divided by Q0 plus Q1 into P0 plus P1 divided by P0 minus P1. Only thing is, due to positive relation, you will not get a negative sign. That's it. And point method, you have to apply a different formula over here. So we say, if I want to calculate elasticity through point method, we have what? The formula dq by dp into p by q, where dq by dp, sometimes they ask you what is dq by dp. Dq by dp is differentiation of quantity with respect to price. Why? We are differentiating quantity because quantity is dependent on price, not vice versa. All right. So dq by dp into p by q. In this case, they will give you, a supply function, and you have to apply the formula to find out. Let's say if I give you the supply function given as q equals to minus 20 plus 10p, where p is equals to rupees, let's say 5. Now find out the elasticity of supply using point method. Now easy way to remember is that whatever is with the value of p, that is your dq by dp. So in this case, the dq by dp is 10. Now can I not put the value of p in the given equation to find out the value of q? If I want to find out value of q, minus 20 plus 10 into 5, that will be minus 20 plus 50, that will be 30. So q you got 30, p you got 5, dq by dp is 10. So can I write it here? dq by dp, that is 10 into p is 5, q is 30. So this will go 3 times. 5 by 3 will be your elasticity. It means elasticity of demand will be greater than 1. Clear hai? Easy. So if simply remember, if I change the given function, let's say q equals to 100 plus 5p, and I give the value of p as rupees 2, then what is dq by dp? 5. What is p? P is 2. And what is the value of q? 2 into 5 is 10. 10 plus 100 is 110. When you solve this, you find out the value of elasticity using point method. Clear hai? All right. Now there comes the equilibrium, concept of equilibrium. Now remember, equilibrium, first of all, it is usually found in case of a market-based economy or capitalist economy where the government is not controlling the price. Any price that is controlled by the government is known as administered price or non-market pricing. In that case, the concept of equilibrium will not work. So equilibrium is nothing but the interaction between the demand and supply, wherein on one side the consumers are exerting the pressure on the seller, on the other side the sellers are competing among themselves, to which will lead to increase or decrease in the price of any commodity. Now let's say, for example, if you have, this is the price and this is the quantity. Now this is your supply curve and this is your demand curve. At this point, the intersection between the demand curve and supply curve take place. This is your equilibrium. Whenever the two curves, they touch or they intersect, at that point their slope becomes same. So it means when I draw a line over here, this will give me the equilibrium price and this will give me the equilibrium quantity demanded and supplied both. Why? Because we are drawing from the interaction between the demand and supply. Clear? Now what happened? There is increase in the competition and new sellers also enter the market. As a result, the sellers start to decrease the price. All right. And in the process, they have overproduced as well. So what will happen as they decrease the price? Now, as the price begins to fall down, let's say the price falls down from P to P1. All right. Just hold on. P to P1. P to P1. Now, what the law of demand and supply both will operate here. Why? Because you see, businesses have unsold stock, they have to clear the unsold stock. If one seller decreases the price, everybody else will also decrease the price. Because if I decrease the price and you don't decrease the price, your customers will start come to me. Will you want that to happen? When you start, consumers starts flowing to me, you will not want this to happen. So you will also decrease the price. So everybody is decreasing the price. When you are decreasing the price, what will happen? Law of supply says that the supply will decrease because you are decreasing the price, your profit margin is decreasing, correct? So as a result, what will happen? You will fall down both on the demand and the supply curve. So you are falling down from here to here on the supply curve, and you are falling from here to here on the demand curve. But we know the law of demand says that when the price falls down, the quantity demanded increases. So when I draw a line over here, you see it will hit the supply curve over here. When I drop down a line here, this will give you the new quantity. So let mark it as QSS1. So quantity supplied has fallen down from Q to QSS1 because the price has fallen down. And when I extend this line over here, you find that the quantity demanded increases from QSS1 to QDD1. So it means now the quantity demanded, when the price fell down, quantity demanded increased, quantity supplied has decreased. Now as a result, there is excess demand over supply. Now when there is excess demand over supply, whatever the sellers are producing, it's been quickly sold. The sellers will now know that there is excess demand over supply, so they will increase the price. When they increase the price, demand will fall down, but still demand is in way excess of supply. So as I increase the price, demand begins to fall down, but still demand is way higher than supply. I will increase the supply and still I'll be able to sell everything that I have. So what will happen, that when the demand is in excess of supply, there will be upward pressure on the price and the price will begin to rise. So now as the price begins to rise, what will happen? Don't you think you'll move up on the demand, on up on the supply curve, isn't it? Will you not move up on the supply curve? Yes. And you will also move up on the demand curve, correct? You will also move up on the demand curve, but movement up on the demand curve will lead to contraction rather than expansion. So as the price begins to rise and approaches P1 to, let's say, P0, P2, what happens? Quantity demanded decreases when you move up the slope. As a result, you have your this QDD2, quantity demanded has reduced from where to where? From QDD1 to QDD2, and quantity supplied will increase from this point to further away. So here you see, if I extend this line over here, quantity supplied increases from QSS1 to QSS2. But before this happens, don't you think the economy will again achieve equilibrium and then we will go into disequilibrium? So this way, the price will continue to rise and fall. When the price is rising, demand is falling, supply is increasing, demand is falling, supply is increasing, and then equilibrium, then again disequilibrium. Now overproduction has happened, oversupply has happened, demand is there, but on the lower side because you have increased the price, so people don't want to buy more. As a result, there will be downward pressure upon the price now, and the price once begin to fall, demand will increase but quantity supply will decrease. Again, the economy will achieve equilibrium and disequilibrium. This way, it will continue to swing between phases of equilibrium and disequilibrium. That's why you get a lot of discounts. Amazon discount क्यों आता है? Overproduction has happened. They give you discount. When they give discount, then what will happen? Demand will begin to rise. Demand increases. The moment it surpasses supply, what will happen? Discount will be over. When I say discount will be over, it means price will increase. Correct? So this is how things happen in the real market. Now the question is, what will happen if rather than price changing at first, the supply and demand changes first? We have seen that law of demand and law of supply says change in quantity demanded or change in quantity supplied due to change in price. But what about the quantity price do not change at first, rather there is a change in supply or change in demand? In that case, what will happen? There are various cases. Now they can ask you, let's say that demand is increasing whereas supply is remaining constant. It means supply is not changing. How they will ask you this question? That all other factors remaining constant, if there is an increase in the demand for the consumer for the particular product, then what implication will it have upon price, and what implication will it have upon quantity? So simple answer is, you will simply draw it, and this is your supply curve, this is the demand curve, equilibrium price and equilibrium quantity. In the question what they have said, demand increases, so we will shift the demand curve toward the right hand side, and when we shift the demand curve toward the right hand side, this will shift like this. This is your new demand curve. Where does it hit the old supply curve? Over here. You drop down a line, you see quantity is increasing, and you see the price is rising. Correct or not? Likewise, if demand decreases, then what will happen? Quantity will decrease and the price will also decrease. So can we say that when demand increases, then price increases and quantity also increases, and when demand will decrease, then price will decrease, quantity will also decrease. But what will happen if suppose supply is increasing whereas demand remaining constant? So in that case, you will find out that the price will decrease. So you see here, this is again your supply and demand curve, equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity. Now the supply is increasing, it means supply curve will move toward the right. This is your supply curve, it hits the demand curve over here. So when I drop down a line here, quantity is increasing, but price is decreasing. And if I would have said that supply decreases, then what will happen? Supply decreases, then supply curve will move toward the left. And you see quantity is decreasing, but price is increasing. Opposite. Now, many a time they'll ask you the question, what happens if demand and supply both increase? Then you can say something about the quantity. Remember, quantity will always increase whether demand increases or supply increases or both increases. And quantity will always decrease, either demand decreases or supply decreases or both decreases. So determination of quantity is not the problem. Determination of price is what you have to do. So when the demand and supply they increase by the same margin, that the price will remain constant. If demand increases more than supply, then the price and quantity both will increase. And if supply increases more than demand, then quantity will increase but price will decrease. So if you take the first situation, if I say that supply here, demand here, and there is equilibrium price, equilibrium quantity. If we increase the demand, demand increases exactly in the same proportion as supply. So this is your DD1, and let's say increase supply by the same margin. You see what happened? Quantity is increasing but the price remaining constant. Correct? But what if I increase demand more than supply? If I increase the demand by this margin and increase supply by a relatively smaller margin, then you see what happens? Quantity is again increasing same as before, but now the price is not remaining constant but the price is increasing. And what if I increase supply more than demand? What if I increase demand by this margin and I increase supply by a relatively higher margin? Now what happens? Again the quantity same way is increasing but the price is decreasing. Clear? So you have to find out whether, if they have not mentioned in the question by what proportion is the demand increasing over supply, then you will always choose which says quantity will increase, because in all these three situations we have seen quantity is increasing but the price is remaining the price cannot be determined. Price cannot be determined. If they mention that demand increases more than supply, then you will say okay, price and quantity both will increase. And if they mention supply increases more than demand, then you choose the option which says quantity increases but price will decrease if supply is increasing more than demand. Clear hai? Same logic with regard to fall. If demand and supply fall with both margin by the same margin, then you can say that price is constant and quantity is falling. If demand decreases more than supply, then the price and quantity both will fall. And if supply decreases more than demand, then the price will rise but the quantity will fall. Alright, those 10, 11 situations that we have seen, that will be enough for you to answer the questions. Now, theory of consumer behavior. Theory of consumer behavior revolves around one thing, that is utility. Now, what is utility? Utility is nothing to do with the usefulness of the commodity. With the use hello hello with the usefulness of the commodity, utility has got to do with the want satisfying power of the commodity. Want satisfying power of the commodity. So even socially harmful goods like cigarette and alcohol give utility to the consumer who is consuming it, but these are socially harmful and demerit goods. Now, utility can be divided into three forms. Now, understand one thing: humans or men can only create utility; they cannot create matter, because everything we are producing, we are getting the raw material from the nature. So we can produce, we can create utility, but we cannot create matter. And there are three types of utility that can be created. One is known as form utility. What is a form utility? A form utility is when, yes, there is a transformation done from a raw material to a finished product. So plastic converted into a plastic pen through the use of other capital goods. So that is known as form utility. There is one more thing that is known as place utility. When I want to buy this commodity, in between the manufacturer and the final consumer, there are distributors, there are wholesalers, and there are retailers. Without them, manufacturer will not be able to reach to the consumer. So they are not producing any tangible things, but their contribution is considered as production in economics. See, production doesn't mean only production of tangible goods. Even production of intangible services is considered as production in economics, correct? So in this case, what happens? That they are providing or adding place utility. Why? Because they are making the goods available at an arm's length distance to a place of convenience from where the consumers can easily buy. E-commerce website like Amazon and Flipkart, what they are creating? They are creating place utility. You don't have to go to the market. The market will come at your doorstep, and you can, there only you can, you do the transaction on online, and the goods are made available to you. So they are producing services, they are providing you services. So that is known as place utility. And you see, in both demand and supply, we have said that time plays an important role, because when the time changes, the demand will change and the supply will also change. So the goods have to be made available at that particular point in time when they are demanded by the consumer, because when the time changes, the demand will change and the supply will also have to be changed. So when any goods is provided to you at your place of convenience, place utility is added at the time when you are needing it, when you demand it. That is when we say time utility is created. All right, so utility can be broadly categorized into these three types. Next comes that utility can be understood from two different perspectives. One is known as cardinal approach, and another is known as ordinal approach. All right, everything is fine here. Okay, now what is the difference between cardinal approach and ordinal approach? Cardinal approach, first of all, it quantifies the satisfaction. It quantifies the satisfaction in what? In terms of utils. All right. Whereas ordinal approach, it doesn't quantify the satisfaction or utility. It only tells you whether you are more satisfied or less satisfied or similarly satisfied. It will only rank and compare. So many a time they ask you which concept is better. Please call that guy once. Ashwat, his name is, or Madhu, anybody. Because I have to shout, and if I'm shouting, my voice will be gone by tomorrow. Okay. All right. So They sometimes they ask you what is the best approach. Best approach, of course, is the ordinal approach. Why it is ordinal approach? I'll give you a similar simple example, you will understand. If you ask me, sir, do you like tea or coffee? I'll say I like tea. Now I know what I like, you know what you like. You cannot contest this thing. No, sir, you are lying. There is no reason for me to lie, and I'm not going to get anything from you for lying. So I like tea. Now I'll say, okay, no problem. Up till now, this is the ordinal approach I'm applying, because given a preference of both tea and coffee, I'm given a choice of both tea and coffee, I'll prefer tea over coffee. Then you ask me, sir, do you like tea more than how much more? Do you think you like tea 10% more, 20% more, 30% more? Even if I like tea, I cannot say how much more. There is no way, there is no meter in my head that will tell me that, okay, you consume tea, you got 20 utils, you consume coffee, you got 10 utils. So tea is giving you 100% more satisfaction than coffee. The answer is no. This is where the cardinal concept goes wrong. ये इसको चेंज करने का, मैं चिल्ला रहा, यहाँ पे आवाज नहीं जा रहा है, यहाँ आई हैव टू होल्ड इट लाइक दिस. तो ये कर एक बार ज्यादा, लेट्स सी. ऑडिबल, हाँ, दिस इज फाइन. हाँ भी ठीक है, फाइन. So now what happens here, that ordinal, so ordinal is better because I cannot quantify. That doesn't mean that cardinal is absolutely wrong. No, it goes wrong only when it tries to measure the satisfaction. Otherwise, most of the things said under cardinal approach is right. The one of the most popular theory we study under cardinal approach, which was of course given by Gaussian, but Alfred Marshall stole the show. So we credit Alfred Marshall to make the cardinal approach popular. So he gave the concept of diminishing marginal utility. Now what does diminishing marginal utility says? Diminishing marginal utility, first of all, marginal utility is the satisfaction that you derive from consuming one additional unit of any commodity, and it diminishes. Diminishes means it's going to fall down, down, down. Why does it happen? Because when it doesn't matter what we like, it doesn't matter. You are in love for pizza, I'll give you pizza every single day, every single breakfast, lunch, dinner, breakfast, lunch, dinner, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Then you will say, sir, I hate the letter P in the English alphabet. I don't want pizza anymore. Correct? So it doesn't matter how much you like. I'll explain ordinal approach, don't worry here. So I don't it doesn't matter. So if you are consuming back to back, it's not like you consume one today, next time tomorrow, next after 1 week. No, this way it will not work. So you are consuming one by one. There is hot and humid condition, all right, and you in sweltering hot, you are thirsty. I give you one small bottle of thumbs up or Coke or Pepsi. You'll consume it. The first one will give you immense satisfaction. Still you are not, your thirst is not completely quenched. So I'll give you one more small bottle. Now the same bottle, same thing, everything, perfect substitute is there, but you consume the next one, will give you lesser utility. All right, the marginal utility derived from the second unit is lower than the what you have achieved from the first one. Why is it so? Because when you consume the first one, some of your satisfaction has been taken care of. You are not as much hungry as before. So the second one will take care of the remaining ones. So it will give you lesser and lesser satisfaction. And after some time, you will be completely satisfied. Not forever. At that point, your marginal utility is zero. You will not want to consume anymore. A rational consumer must stop at that point. Because why will you consume something that doesn't have any utility for you at that point in time? It's irrational. Because if you go beyond this point, if you are forced to go beyond this point, it will lead to negative satisfaction. Mu is going to turn out negative. It will go below the x-axis. So also remember that marginal and total are related. We know that total utility is nothing but the summation of marginal utility. So it means, say for example, if this is the number of units consumed, this is the marginal utility, and this is the total utility. You are consuming 1 units, it giving you 10 utils. 2, it will give you 8. So now here 10, 10. Here now, here you got 10 plus 8, 18 you got here. Third one will give you even lesser satisfaction. You'll get 24. Fourth one, you'll get even lesser satisfaction. You got 28. Fifth one,
you'll get even lesser satisfaction, that is 30. And sixth one, you will again get lesser satisfaction, so mu becomes 0. Now you 30 plus 30 is 0. Beyond this point you should not go. So as we go on consuming more and more, mu begins to fall down. But tu is the summation of mu till the time mu remains positive. It is falling, but it is positive. So it is adding positive value to tu. So tu will increase, maybe at a diminishing rate, but tu will increase. At the point when you are totally satisfied, at that point you'll see marginal utility is 0. And beyond this point, if I consume, a rational consumer should not go, then the marginal utility will become negative. So 30 plus of minus 2, it will become 28. All right. Can I put this into a diagram? Yes, you can easily put this into a diagram. So this is your utility along the y-axis, and here number of units consumed. Units consumed. So from here, your total utility, marginal utility, it continues to fall down. This is your marginal utility, and this is your total utility that continues to rise at the point where your total, oh, what happened? At the point where your total utility is maximum, when I drop down a line over here, you'll find at this point, your marginal utility will be 0. Your marginal utility will be 0. So this is the point wherein after reaching the maximum point, TU is tapering off. So here TU is maximum. At the same point correspondingly, your MU is equals to 0. All right. So you consume one commodity and it gives you 10, one unit of the commodity, and 10 and 10 is your total and marginal utility. Second unit you consume, you see your marginal utility falls down to 8, but still it is positive, so it will go on add to this total utility, then it will be 10 plus 8 is 18 you got here. Then the third unit if you consume, you see third unit you're getting lesser utility, total utility increases. Fourth unit you consume, same way, so this will go on, and this is added, so that will be 24, and this is 28, and so on, and eventually mu will become 0. Beyond this point you should not consume. So the point where tu is maximum and mu is 0 is known as point of saturation. It means saturation means you are completely totally satisfied. All right, clear. Saturation doesn't mean only this thing. Saturation will, production curve will see that at the point where where your total product is maximum, that is also the point of saturation. So saturation is mean there is nothing left anymore. Here no more satisfaction left in this product right at this point in time. If I go beyond this level, then what will happen? You see mu becomes negative and tu will begin to fall down. Now what are the famous question that all the time the ICI ask here? First of all, when tu is increasing, mu is falling, but it remains positive. When tu is maximum, at that point mu is 0, so we call it as saturation point. When mu becomes negative, tu begins to fall down, and mu curve is also known as the demand curve of consumer. All right, now an extension, understood everyone? Now an extension of law of diminishing marginal utility, we call it as law theory of consumer surplus. Now what is surplus? Consumer surplus, you see a businessman will always want to remain earn profit, and the profit he can earn is the difference between what price he is going to sell depending on its cost of production. So if he is able to sell at a higher price than he wanted to sell, then we say that there is a producer surplus. Likewise, for a consumer is the surplus when mu is greater than the price. All right, let's say for example you wanted to buy some commodity. Let's say you want to buy good X. X could be anything, and you are willing to pay rupees 10,000 for this commodity. Now if I ask you that why you want to pay 10,000 for this commodity, in your mind you must have already assumed that this commodity is worth rupees 10,000, because if you would have thought this commodity is not worth 10,000, you would not be willing to spend 10,000. You went to the market and the shopkeeper tells you, sir, this commodity is available at 20% discount only at 8,000. Now to understand, I was willing to pay 10,000 rupees because I thought that I would derive 10,000 rupees worth of satisfaction from this commodity. But right now the price for the product is only rupees 8,000. Do you think just because the price has fallen down, the commodity will give me less satisfaction? If you buy Maggie at 15 rupees, if it's available at 10 rupees, do you think the same Maggie will give you lesser satisfaction? No, it will give you same satisfaction. Now understand what has happened to me. I was anyways willing to pay 10,000 rupees because I thought in my mind that I can derive satisfaction for 10,000 rupees, but I got it at 8,000 rupees. So it means the satisfaction that I derive will be still at 10,000 rupees, but I paid only 8,000. Don't you think 2,000 rupees is my consumer surplus? I'm deriving more satisfaction than the amount of money I'm paying for it. Correct? So many a times what will happen when you went to the market and say, sir, MU and price are the same, it means there is no discount. It will not make you sad because you are anyways willing to pay 10,000 rupees and you paid also market price was 10,000 rupees. Then you say that consumer is at equilibrium. A consumer is said to be at equilibrium when MU is equals to price. Consumer will never want to be at deficit. Then what if, sir, I was willing to pay 10,000 but I paid 12,000 rupees? Who told you to pay? Did anybody force you to pay? You yourself you are paying 12,000 rupees, no? So it means you must have increased the utility of the commodity from 10,000 to 12,000. Still you are at a consumer equilibrium. Clear? Hai? So consumer is at equilibrium when MU is equals to price. Clear? Now, next comes the ordinal concept. Now, what is ordinal concept? Under ordinal concept, we'll only try to rank or compare. I like, if suppose if I ask, do you like burger or pizza? Somebody will say burger, somebody will say pizza. Correct? All right, ordinal concept. Understood? Ria, ordinal concept. If I ask you, do you like homemade cakes or pancakes or a pastry from a pastry shop? You say, sir, I like homemade cake. Pancake is also homemade only, rather than a pastry. So some people will say, no, no, बकवास केक घर पे नहीं बनता अच्छा, मैं बाहर से खरीद कर. So again, that's again personal choice. That's how we attach utility to the commodity. So it means any commodity that I think gives me greater satisfaction. How much greater I'm not measuring, by the way, because ordinal aa gaya. I know tea will give me more satisfaction. So if somebody offers me, sir, chai lenge ya coffee lenge, I'll choose tea. But that is for me. If somebody offers me, sir, Lay's potato chips lega ya kurkure lega, Lay's potato chips lega. But if somebody will say kurkure as well, correct, preference. So I cannot find out how much of satisfaction I'm getting from Lay's and how much of satisfaction I'm getting from kurkure. But I know that if I like Lay's, then Lay's will give me more satisfaction. How much more I cannot. So that is now known as ranking or comparing. We compare whether we are more satisfied or we are less satisfied. How much more, how much less, we don't try to. So under the ordinal concept, we come across what is known as iso-utility curve, which was given by Hicks and Allen. Hicks and Allen. So iso-utility means same utility. Iso-utility curve, popularly known as indifference curve or IC. Now what is an IC? An indifference curve shows different combination of two goods that give same level of satisfaction. Same level of satisfaction it will give you. Right. So why two goods? Do you think in our life we'll consume only two goods? No, the answer is in a two-dimensional diagram, you cannot take more than two goods. So we'll have many indifference curve for various pairs of commodity. And when we'll club it together, it is known as indifference map that will show the total utility that we are deriving. All right. Now, you see, this is, let's say, your combination of goods. This is your good y, this is your good x, this is your marginal rate of substitution between y and x. I'll take the same values that they keep asking. So there are four combinations. Let's say a person consumes 12 units of y and 1 unit of x. What is MRS? I'll explain in a while. So if I ask you why you are consuming 12 units of y and only 1 unit of x, why is it though is it that you're consuming so much of y? Because y must be holding more satisfaction from me. But understand one thing, it doesn't matter how much you like that commodity. If you consume more and more of any commodity, its mu will sink down. You are consuming both x and y, and you are giving more importance to y. When you consume more of y, what will happen? Don't you think mu of y will fall down and go below the mu of x? So now you want to replace it. So you want to give up. You give up 6 units of y to increase the consumption of x from 1 to 2. Alright, plus 1 unit. So marginal rate of substitution tells us how many units of y I'm giving up in order to increase the consumption of x by 1 unit. Alright, or how many units of any commodity is given up to increase the consumption of other commodity by 1 unit. I'm giving up 6. So marginal rate of substitution is 6. Now understand, I can take more than 6 here as well. I mean, it's let's say for example, if I say I increase here from 1 to 3. So it means I'm decreasing there by 6 and increasing here by 2. Then what will be the marginal rate of substitution? Will it be 6 or will it be 3? It will be 3. Why? Because to increase the consumption of x by 2 units, I have to give up 6 units of y. In order to increase the consumption of x by 1 unit, I have to give up 3 units of y. So the marginal rate of substitution will be 3. Alright. For simplicity, we are taking 1, 1, 1 here. Alright. So I increase from 1 to 2. So marginal rate of substitution 6 of y I have given up to increase the consumption of x by 1 unit. Now you'll find that marginal utility operate in both direction, meaning what? If you consume more and more of any commodity, doesn't matter how much you love for it, its mu will fall down. But if you start giving up, then its importance will slowly begin to rise. Now let's see what happens. You are consuming more of y, so mu of y goes below mu of x. As a result, you give up some units of consumption of y. So when you give up consumption of y, some units of y, don't you think mu of y will increase? And you're increasing consumption of x, mu of x will decrease, correct? So after you have already given 6 units, the importance of y will increase little bit. Do you want to give up more now or you want to give up lesser? You want to give up lesser. So now you give up only 2 units to increase the consumption of x from by 1 unit. So it means here, how much you have given up? 2 unit. All right, clear. Now, again, when you have given up 4 units, again, पहले 6 units give up के mu of y increases. Then you give up 2 more units, mu of y further increases. You are increasing the consumption of x, mu of x is decreasing. And there is very less difference now between mu of x and mu of y. So now you will give up just 1 unit and decrease it to 3 to increase it by 1 unit, that is to 4. Marginal rate of substitution is 1 now. Now what has happened now? Now eventually y mu will be higher and than the x's mu, and again you will repeat the process. Again you will start to what? Increase the consumption of y and decrease the consumption of x then. So when I plot this into a diagram, how would it look like? Good y and good x. So 12 units of y and 1 unit of x. And 1 unit of x. Then you give up 6 units of y to increase the consumption of x from 1 to 2. Then you give up 2 units of y to increase the consumption of x from 2 to 3. Then you give up only 1 unit to increase the consumption of x from 3 to 4. So here you are increasing by 1, 1, 1, but initially you gave up more over here. As a result, what will happen? Of course, the indifference curve will be downward sloping, but it will be convex to the origin. This is concave, and that this one is convex, and this is a straight line. So it is convex to the origin. Why it is convex to the origin? Due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Once you give up already 6 units, the mu of y will increase. Now you want to give up lesser than before. So MRS will continue to decrease, which will make the indifference curve convex to the origin. Convex to origin. And of course, it is downward sloping or negatively sloped. Negatively sloped, because increase in the consumption of one commodity will necessarily lead to decrease in the consumption of another. Right, that is the two most important property. Another property is these are the different combination of goods. Every point will give me same level of satisfaction. Do not count the number of units. 12 plus 1 is 13 and 6 plus 2 is 8. How can it give me same satisfaction? It is the combination that plays the role, not the number of units, because it is not based on cardinal concept, it is based on ordinal concept. Now, if this is your IC curve, there are certain properties. 3 properties we have already covered. First is downward sloping. If they ask you why it is downward sloping, because increase in the consumption of one commodity will necessarily lead to decrease in the consumption of another. Every point on the same indifference curve will give me same level of satisfaction. Correct? And it is convex to the origin. Why it is convex to the origin? Due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution. Then don't you think, if I say indifference curve, this is your IC1 and this is your IC2. This is the point A, this is the point B on IC2, or anywhere, point C here, point D here. Don't you think, do you think that a point on a IC2 will give me more satisfaction than IC1, or less satisfaction, or same? Same कैसे होगा? More satisfaction, no. Point DBC will give me same satisfaction, but it will give me greater satisfaction than A. A higher indifference curve will give me more satisfaction than the previous ones. Why? Because it will contain more combination of goods. More combination in terms of your preference, not in any preference. And indifference curve, which is located at the lower rung, will give you lower satisfaction. Two indifference curve will say will never intersect or touch one another. Very important property. Why two indifference curve will never intersect one another? If this is your IC1 and IC2, because different indifference curve should give you different level of satisfaction. This is point A, B and C. Can I say A equals to B? Yes, I can say. If I erase this thing, you see A is equals to B. All right. Can I say also A equals to C? If I erase this, you see A is equals to C, because they lie on the same indifference curve. Correct? So mathematically you tell me, if A is equals to B and A is equals to C, can I write B should be equals to C? Yes, we can write. But in this case, no. In this case, no. Because B and C don't have the same slope. So that's why two indifference curves should never touch or intersect, because if they intersect, the slope becomes same, they start giving the same satisfaction. They should not intersect, because two different curves should give you always two different level of satisfaction. And moreover, last property is that an indifference curve should never touch either the y-axis or the x-axis Why? Because when it touches the y-axis, it means consumption of x becomes 0. Consumption of x becomes 0. When it touches the x-axis, consumption of y becomes 0. You cannot compare. In an ordinal concept, you must be able to compare. For that, you have to consume minimum of 2 commodities. And frequently they ask you one more question, is that if, let's say, for example, if I give you, this is your IC1 and this is your IC2. A person is consuming at this point. His income increases. Will he move from point A to point B or point A to point D? Point A to point D. Because if he goes down from point A to B, his satisfaction is not increasing. And when his income is increasing, he wants to increase his satisfaction. So a higher indifference curve will only give him higher satisfaction. So due to increase in income, you'll move from a lower IC to a higher IC. And when income decreases from higher to lower, you move down. All right, clear? Now next comes that two different types of goods. Always they ask you this unique situation wherein in case of luxury goods, sorry, in case of perfect complements and in case of perfect substitute. Now, when two commodities are perfect substitute, then the marginal rate of substitution between them will become constant. Now, in this case, you see, when we have taken the table, different number of units will give me different level of satisfaction because X and Y are not perfect substitute. But what if X and Y are perfect substitute? What if X and Y, if I take combination of goods, good Y and good X, and I get the marginal rate of substitution between Y and X. If suppose A, B, C and D, I'm consuming 10 units, 2 units. So if I want to increase the consumption of X from 2 to 4 units, I need to give up only 2 units. So I'm giving up 2 here, I'm increasing by 2. If I want to increase it to 6, that is plus 2 again, then I have to decrease it by 2 again, 6 here. If I want to increase it to 8, then again plus 2, I have to decrease it to 4, that is minus 2. So as much I'm giving here, that much I'm increasing here. Why? Because these two commodities are perfect substitutes. So they give exact same satisfaction. So infinitely I can replace one with another. As a result, if I want to calculate what is the marginal rate of substitution between these commodities, how many I'm giving up? 2. How many I'm increasing? 2. To increase it by 1, how much I have to give up? 1, 1, 1, everywhere 1. So marginal rate of substitution becomes constant when two commodities are perfect substitute. As a result, you will get a downward sloping curve, which is again downward sloping but straight line. Because if suppose if I draw this here indifference curve, if I take good Y here and good X here, so how much 10 and 2 se begin kiya tha na? So if I'm taking here, let's say 10 units and here 2 units, I'm reducing it to 8 units and increasing it to 4 units. You see the gap over here and the gap over here, don't you think it is the same? Compared to in this situation, wherein initially the gap over here and the fall over here is not the same. And that's why there you are getting a convexity of the curve. So if I do it here, let's say 6 over here and then again 6 over here. If I do it 4 over here, then I can do 8 over here. So when I join these points here, you'll find that it is a straight line. It is a straight line. This is an indifference curve when two commodities are perfect substitute. But what if two commodities are perfect complements? Perfect complements. In that case, you will get an L-shaped curve. Why? If I draw like this, let's say for example, consumption of petrol in liters and consumption of car in terms of kilometers driven. All right, if I take this correct, it is absolutely correct. If I put 10 liters of petrol, then I'll be able to drive for 100 kilometers. If I put in 20 liters, then I'll be able to drive it for 200 kilometers and so on. But it violates the fundamental assumption of indifference curve. That is, indifference curve can be a downward sloping line, can be a convex shaped curve, can be a straight line, but never an upward sloping line. So that's why, how can I withdraw this without violating the indifference curve? It means that will show exactly same thing that I've shown along the X and the Y axis, but in a different manner. So in this case, what we'll take? We'll take a point over here. Right. And let's say this is the amount of petrol, 10 liters I'm putting, and this is the amount of, kilometers driven. Now tell me, if I want to drive my car from 100 to 200 kilometer, do you think 10 liters of petrol will be helping me to do that? No. It means I have to increase the amount of petrol that I put. So it means I have to go higher up along the Y axis. So here now I'm going up higher on the Y axis from 10 to 20 liters of petrol I'm putting, I'm driving this car. So if I want to increase the, the mileage to 300 kilometer, can 20 liters or 10 liters will do? No, I have to increase it to 30 liters. So what will happen here, that as I go along the X axis, it means want to drive more and more for longer distances, I can only do that if I going up on the y-axis as well. Because if I come down on the y-axis, I will go down on the x-axis as well. So it will lead to an L-shaped curve. An L-shaped curve. So if they ask you that in which case the indifference curve will be L-shaped, it will be, yes, it will be perfect complements. हाँ, right angle, perpendicular दिया या फिर L shape, they all will be, when then you will say that it is a perfect complements. All right. Now let's come to the concept of budget line. Now what is a budget line? Again, a budget line is nothing but income constraint line of the consumer. Everybody has a budget. Poor people have poor budget, rich people will have rich budget. But everything we do in our life is dependent on budget. Why is it so? Because nobody has unlimited money in the world. And people ask, sir, big people, rich people. देखो मुकेश अंबानी का भी बजट था बेटा का तीसरा शादी का, 3 in 1 है, but 3 marriages in, so it is one marriage only done 3 times over. So his money can do whatever he wants. So he also had a budget 5,000 crore, 7,000 crore. Our normal people will also will have budget, 5 lakh, 10 lakh, 15 lakh, 20 lakh, and so on and so forth. So now what will happen that if I increase, again I'm distributing between good X and good Y. And here I can prefer to spend all my money on good X as well, all my money on good Y as well, because this is based on cardinal concept, right? So if this is your budget line, let's say here is your good Y and here is the good X. And this is your budget line, which is a downward sloping straight line touching both the X and the Y axis. And these are several points on the budget line. They can be 20 different points, 200 different points also. All right. I'm taking just 4. You can take 5, 6, doesn't matter. But one thing is sure, that whether I'm at point A, let's say this budget, I'm spending 1,000 rupees, then at all other points I'm spending rupees 1,000. All other points I'm spending rupees 1,000. Only difference is the combination is changing. In case of A, I'm spending all 1,000 on good Y. And in case of D, I'm spending entire 1,000 on good X and 0 on Y. But let's say if I'm spending here this amount of money, it means I'm spending more on Y and less of X. But if I want to increase the consumption of X, can I do that without decreasing the consumption of Y? No. So when I want to, here you have the point, you see, this is the amount of, this is where I'm consuming Y and this is X. If I want to increase the consumption of X from X to X1, then I cannot do without, decreasing the consumption of Y. Otherwise, what will happen? You see, you will get another budget line in that case. All right. So if you want to remain on the same budget line, then what will happen? You will have to decrease the consumption of Y. Correct. So you have to, everybody has a budget. Your parents made a plan to go to vacation someplace. They will have a budget. Train ka fare kitna, plane ka fare kitna. There you have to hire a car for tourism. How much of hotel expenditure, how much for shopping, how much everyday expenditure on food and everything. If suppose in one thing, if the budget overshoots, then you have to cut down on something else. Everybody does that. Every household does that. And businessman also does that. Without budgeting, government also does that for the country. So without budgeting, you'll never be able to allocate your resources properly. Now, any point outside the budget line, it shows underspending. Sorry, overspending. Overspending. So that is not a possibility. And any point inside the budget line shows underspending. Shows underspending. So you can understand, sir, overspending not possible because my income will not permit. But why can't I underspend? Because the thing is, you have made yourself a budget, no? It's not like Nirmala Sitaram came to you and said, "मैं तेरा budget बनाएगा क्या करने का?" The answer is she is not going to do that. You have decided to spend 1,000 rupees, then why the hell you'll spend less than 1,000? If you have to spend 500 rupees, then you'll make this budget line, no? Correct. So you will want to remain on the budget line. Any point inside will show underspending. There are certain properties of the budget line. First, we have already seen two. First two is a downward sloping straight line touching the x and y axis. Every point of the same budget line will give you will indicate same amount of total expenditure. A point outside the budget line shows overspending, whereas a point inside the budget line shows underspending. Clear? And budget line depends on three things. That is price of X, price of Y, and income of the consumer. Don't you think if my income changes, I'll make a higher budget? If my income decreases, lower budget? If the price of something will change, the budget will also change. If you see how much of money people were setting aside for traveling expenses 5 years back, and how much they are setting up right now, don't you think inflation has increased? So do you think the budget is same? Grocery budget 10 years back and grocery budget for the household now, do you think it is the same? The answer is no. So when the price of things change, then the budget will also change. So budget line depends on price of X, price of good Y, and income of the consumer. Then there comes a concept of consumer equilibrium again. See, consumer equilibrium from a different perspective, we learn consumer equilibrium is when the consumer is deriving the maximum possible satisfaction. Why I'm using the possible word, you can understand in a while. Maximum possible satisfaction by spending the same amount of money, meaning he is remaining on the same budget line. Now tell me one thing again, if online students, you're getting it? Good Y, good X. Ria, got it? Ordinal approach. All right. Now, if I draw a budget line like this, and I have several points on the budget line, of course, it indicates same amount of total expenditure. But does it mean that I'm spending, I'm getting the same satisfaction? The answer is absolutely no. The answer is no. So what we will do? What we will do? We will try to figure out. And this is one, and this is one. Let's mark all the point here. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. And this is your IC1, IC2, IC3, IC4, and IC5. Sir, break now. I'll give you 10 minutes of breather. 10 minutes बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाएगा. 5 minutes of breather I can give you if you want it. Let me finish this off. I'll give you the breather. You'll get only 2 breaks, dear. कितना है पता है कवर करने का है? All right. Because the main fund will begin from production and cost and then national income. Right. You all are Yasha students only, no? Yes. जो पीछे बैठता था वो देख नहीं सका मैं उसको. Whatever it is. So now those students who left non-Yashas, no? Those who have not attended my class, that they will have problem. So now you see what one thing we can find out here is that right now ignore IC5 and ignore point H. Okay, ignore karo abhi usko. One thing I can certainly say that A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A to G, all these points lie on the same budget line. Meaning what? Same amount of total expenditure. I have decided to spend, let's say, 1 lakh rupees on these commodities. Let's say it could be anything. I will not spend more than 1 lakh. I will not spend less than 1 lakh. I think that 1 lakh rupees fine enough in different combination of goods. Correct. Now, if there is a possibility for me, let's say I'm operating at A, I'm consuming at A. If I jump from A to B, Will I get more satisfaction? Yes, because point B lies on a IC2, which is a higher IC. It will give me more satisfaction, relatively more than the first one. But do I have to spend any more money? No. If I'm at point G and jump to point F, same logic. From F, if I jump to point D again, same logic, more satisfaction, but same amount of money. Here again, same logic. Here again, same logic. Now I have reached point E. Now understand one thing. As I'm jumping from a lower point indifference curve, remaining on the same budget line to a higher indifference curve, one thing is happening. That there is a change in the combination of goods that increases the satisfaction. Now the question comes, sir, how change in the combination of good will increase my satisfaction? Yes, I'll explain you. The phone example you gave me, you remember? Many of you must have forgotten. Anyways, by changing the combination, you can enhance your experience and you don't have to spend more money, and you are at this point. Now, point H, that's why I'm using the highest possible, because I have decided this budget line. So the highest possible satisfaction is a point on E. Highest satisfaction is point H or any other point on IC curve 5, IC 5. But is it possible for me? No, it is not possible. That's why highest possible. So consumer is said to be at equilibrium when he is deriving the maximum possible or highest possible satisfaction. That is when he is operating along the budget line, wherein the budget line is tangent to the highest possible indifference curve. Right. Now the question comes, sir, how by changing the combination I can get more satisfaction? It could be anything. Now, this example you can relate better because your life is surrounded by mobile phones and you're wasting your life giving it away to मोटा भाई. Yeah, data है तो सब चलेगा. So now let's say your mom gives you 500 rupees and she told you that you will not get even 1 rupee, and you divide it in between talk time and data. But you took 5,000 talk time and you took 20 GB of data. What happened on the 5th of the month? Your data is over. Khatam. Remaining 15th or days of the month, you have to do with only the talk time. Next month, you got again 500 rupees and you do what? You reduce the talk time to 4,000 minutes and you increase the data to 30 GB. Then you found out on 22nd of the month, again your data is over. Then you do what? But don't you think now you have jumped from a lower to a higher indifference curve? Why? Because in the first case, your data was over on the 15th. Now your data is getting over on the 22nd. It means still 22nd you have both data and talk time. Now next month your mom gives you again 500 rupees. Now this time you reduce the talk time to 2000 minutes, or let's say 1000 minutes, and increase the data to 60 GB. Now what happened on the 27th of the month or 26th of the month? Now your talk time is over, data is left, but better satisfaction than before. But ulta ho gaya abhi. Next time again you got 500 rupees and now you increase the talk time back to 2000 and decrease the data to 50 GB. Now when you did that, you found out till the end of the month you have both talk time and data. Now have you done anything rather than arranging? You have simply made the arrangement. You are doing arrangement here only. When you're moving from A to G, you are increasing the consumption of X and decreasing the consumption of Y. So you are simply arranging the goods. And by arranging, are you not jumping from a lower to a higher indifference curve? Yes. It means you are getting more and more satisfaction. Clear. Now remember the points here is that the budget line is tangent to the highest possible indifference curve, not the intersection, but the point of tangency. All right. Now, and many a time they ask you question, suppose you are operating at point A. Let's say, suppose if I give you this one. What is happening? Delete. If I see, this is your budget line and this is your IC curve. You are operating at A, you are consuming at A. there is another point, that is point B. And if you are operating more and more at A, do you want, should you be going, if I ask you what suggestion you will give to this person who is only consuming at A, should he remain at A or should he switch from A to point B? He should switch from A to point B. Why? Because when you are consuming at this point, you are consuming relatively more quantity of Y and less quantity of X. Don't you think mu of Y will fall down? So when you move from A to B, you're simply increasing the consumption of X and decreasing the consumption of Y. Nothing changes, the satisfaction remains same. You are doing better utilization of your money, and the budget line is not also violated. Correct. Now, at the budget line, what happens? We say that the slope of the indifference curve and the slope of the budget line will be the same at the point of equilibrium. So at this point, we can say that slope of IC equals to slope of budget line. Budget line is also known as price line. Now remember one thing here, indifference curve we have covered here. Question is, why, if you are operating at this point, don't you think when you consume more of Y, mu of Y will sink down? And don't you think there will be no mu of Y will be lower than mu of X? Then you start giving up Y. So it means mu of Y will increase, and increased consumption of X, mu of X will decrease. And then you see again equilibrium and again disequilibrium, same way it moves around. So at the point of equilibrium, where the consumer is deriving the highest possible satisfaction, we also say that mu of X, which depends upon the price of X, is equals to mu of Y, which depends on the price of Y. Now why does it happen? Understand one thing, when the price changes, consumer surplus and consumer equilibrium will also change, and your marginal utility. Let's say for example, the price of the commodity was 100 rupees. This is the price, and the quantity that you're demanding was 10 units. Price falls down. When the price falls down from 100 to 80, just hold on, just when the price falls down, oh, good old days are gone. Chalk and board. A chalk can never malfunction. So let me write somewhere else maybe. Just 1 second here. Let me start from a fresh page. Now, price was rupees 100 and quantity demanded was 10 units. When the price reduces to, let's say, 50 rupees, will I want to buy more or less? You'll buy more. So don't you think your demand increases, let's say, to 20 units? Let's say, when you're consuming more, what will happen to your mu? Don't you think mu will decrease? Can I say increase or decrease in price can affect your mu? Correct. And if suppose price increases from 100 to 120, now you will not want to buy 10 units, you'll buy only 7 units. So don't you think mu will not fall as much as should have fallen if the price would have remained same. So again mu gets affected. So it means marginal utility of any commodity will get affected due to change in its price, and marginal utility of y will get affected when there is a change in the price of y. At the point of equilibrium, we say that mu of x by px is equals to mu of y by py. Sometimes they'll ask you very simple question, then which is the correct equation, and they will try to confuse you. Simple है, आपको ऐसे भी बोल सकता है mu of x by mu of y equals to px by py. It is nothing but the same. And they can give you a sum as well. If suppose if I give you mu of x is 20 utils and price of x is equals to rupees 5, price of y is equals to rupees 10. Find out marginal utility of y. Can you not find out? Yes. So mu of x by price of x equals to mu of y, we don't know, so let's take it as y only, and price of y, so it will be y equals to 200 into 10, 20 into 10, 200 by 5, that will be 40. So y equals to 40, so mu of y will be equals to 40. That's it. Clear? You can take 5 minutes of breather. 5 minutes only. थ्री थर्टी के पहले लो
All right, let's continue then. Theory of production. Now, we are not going to cover the easy part. What is the properties of capital? You see, capital is something that is produced means of production. Capital goes through capital formation. There are different types of capital. Everything that I've given in the note, and it will be also mentioned in the quick revision. So let's focus on the conceptual part with regard to production function. Will start from there. Now, what is production function? Function in mathematics talks about relationship in between independent and dependent variable. All right. So in a production function, when we talk about production function, we talk about relationship between physical input and physical output. Physical input and physical output. Physical input and physical output, wherein output are dependent on the input. So outputs are dependent variable, which are dependent on what? Inputs, which are independent factors or variables. What do I mean by that? It means we say that, you see, output is a function of various input: land, labor, capital, technology, and n number of other factors. All right, everything. So when I change one or more of these factor inputs, then I can bring about change in the output. Increase the quantity of input, increase the output; decrease the output. If I improve the quality of raw material, the quality of output will improve, and this and that. So it means by changing the factor inputs, I can bring about a change in the output, but vice versa we cannot do. When the output is produced, can I go back and change the variable input that has gone into it? The answer is no. Right. Then what is the relevance of this word physical here? Physical word का relevance क्या है? Because here we are not concerned about at what cost you have purchased these factor inputs and at what price you are going to sell the output. At what cost you have purchased, that is a concern of a cost function. And at what price you are going to sell, that is the concern in the revenue function. Here we are simply concerned about how many units of labor, how many units of electricity, how many units of material I have combined together, of course with the technology, and what is the total output. At what cost I purchased, that is not the concern. At what price I'm going to sell, that is also not the concern. That's why we say physical input and physical output. Now there are two assumptions taken in the production function. First assumption is that technology, which is one of the factor input, whether in the short run or long run, we assume it to remain constant. The method of production technology remains constant. And second assumption we have taken is that every producer will try to get maximum output from minimum input. Why? Because remember, efficiency. Of course, production function, when we are studying about production function, we are not concerned about at what cost we have purchased. But for a businessman, it is important. Why? Because if I'm inefficient in my production, then my cost of production will increase. And I cannot increase the market price just because my cost of production will increase, because the demand will fall down. I can only increase the price when the market is hinting me to increase the price because the demand is pushing up the price. So technology, I will always try to get maximum output from minimum input because there is scarcity of resources. Two assumptions that we have taken. Now production function is divided again. This concept of time period was given by Alfred Marshall again. Alfred Marshall. He divided the production function into either long run or short run production function. Short run production function or long run production function. All right. Now this short run and long run differentiation is not done on the passage of time. So it means even a production function starting today, after 3 months, it can jump from a short run to a long run. But do you think 3 months should be considered as short run? No. How do we define the long run and short run in the subject of accounts or in the subject of finance or anything? Anything that has a benefit that we derive for 1 year or less, it is short run. More than 1 year, it is long run. Here is not the concern. Metaphorical way में use हुआ है, literal sense में नहीं use करता. Meaning what? Passage of weeks, months, days and years is never considered
as the distinguishing factor between long run and short run. It is only concern. What is the only concern is the variability of fixed input. In the short run, we say that at least one factor input in the production function will remain fixed, while others are variable. Whereas in the long run, everything will become variable. So the short run production function is also known as law of variable proportion. Why variable proportion? Because if I'm keeping the fixed input constant, and when I bring about a change in the variable input, so don't you think I'm combining different proportion of variable input with the same proportion of fixed input? So proportion of variable input is only changing. Proportion of fixed input is not changing. That's why we call it law of variable proportion. All right. This law is also known as law of diminishing marginal return. Here marginal return doesn't mean marginal revenue, it means marginal product. Before we dig into this, you have to understand certain concept with regard to total product, marginal product and average product. When I say total product, that is TP, that is nothing but the total output. Total output measured in terms of quantity, number of units produced. All right, that is your total product. So let's say I'm producing 100 units. That is your total product. All right. But what is average product? Average product is output per unit of input. It means, let's say, if suppose input was 10 units and total product or output was 200 units. So if 10 laborers help me produce 200 units of output, let's assume 10 is laborer, then how many units of output will one laborer be able to help me produce? 20, no? One laborer produced 220, so 10 laborers will produce 200. So can we say average product is nothing but total product divided by total input, or simply can I write output by input, or delta TP by delta input? Then what is marginal product? Marginal is again a change of 1. So marginal change of 1, it means we try to find out how many units, what will be the change in the total output or total product when there is change in input by 1 unit. So it means if I take the same example, this is your input, this is your total product, and this is now marginal product. If 10 units was there, total product was 200, marginal product you cannot calculate here right now. But if I increase the input to 15 units and total output, let's say it increases to 500, then what is the change in the total product? Delta TP kitna hai? 300. What is the change in the input? That is 5. So marginal product, we say change in the total product by change in input. So that will be 300 by 5, that will be 60. So marginal product will be 60. As simple as that. Clear? So marginal product is 60. So it means increase in input by 5 units has led to increase in output by 300. So in order to increase the, if I increase the input by 1, then how much extra output I'll get? 60. 5 extra gave me 300 extra. So 1 extra will give me 60 extra. So simply again, you see here, if here change in output by input hai, yahan change in output by change in input hai. If I write down delta here, then don't you think it will become marginal product? So the only difference between marginal and average is that average is total output by total input, marginal is change in output by change in input. Now this law is known as law of diminishing marginal return. It means marginal product will eventually diminish. Now why does it happen? Because you see, once you Caesar example, you remember, there is not enough time to give you Caesar example now. In the class I have given you. So as I go on producing more and more, keeping the fixed input constant, initially the output will increase at an increasing rate due to because we have great underutilized capacity of fixed input. But later on, I will have to add more variable input, relatively more, and output will increase at a slower rate. Simple example I give you. If suppose you chop off a lime and you are using a lime squeezer. Initially, when you put the lime, little bit of pressure will give you huge amount of juice, better utilization of fixed input. But the remaining 10% juice to get from the lime, don't you think you have to apply great amount of effort?
Yes.
All right, great amount of effort. So in the same way, when you have great unutilized capacity in a machine, then output will increase at an increasing rate as you increase the variable input. It means if you increase the variable input by 10%, output may increase by 20-25%. But later on, when very small amount of unused capacity is left in your machine, and then you increase the variable input, let's say by 10%, then output will increase by only 2 or 3%. That gives you a hint that very soon I will reach the point wherein I've used the full potential of my machinery. All right, then I have to buy another machinery. But the moment we do that, we call it as we are moving from the short run to the long run. All right, so if we have to plot this over a diagram, let's see here. This diagram is very important, huge number of questions. Here on the y-axis you have production, on the x-axis is the variable input, because fixed input is not changing. First we'll draw 3 lines. Then we will draw what is the TP curve. This is your TP. This is your AP. And this is the MP. Now I'll mark these 2 points and erase this particular line. So this is the point where we say MP is maximum. This is known as point of inflection. Point of inflection is the turning point, because from this point marginal product will begin to fall and total product will begin to increase at a diminishing rate. Up till this point it will increase at an increasing rate. This is the point where AP is maximum. At the same time AP is equals to MP, and this is the point where TP is maximum, and this is the point where correspondingly your MP equals to 0. This is your stage 1, this is your stage 2, and this is your stage 3. Now you compare here. You have to simply compare that how much of the variable inputs are you adding and what is the corresponding increase in the output. So if suppose if I take this point here and you see how much of the variable input, this is the variable input that I added along the x-axis, and by how much the output has increased. This is the increase in the output. Can I say in output is increasing in greater proportion than the increase in input? Correct or not? Correct. All right, so output is increasing in a greater proportion than the increase in the input. So it means there is increasing returns that is happening. And also remember, increasing return it is happening, it means TP is increasing at an increasing rate. So understand one thing, TP is nothing but a summation of MP. So if MP is positive, then it will add positive value to TP. So TP will increase. But what if MP is positive and it is increasing also? Don't you think then it will add increasing value to TP? TP will again increase, but it will increase at an increasing rate. All right, so that's what is happening. And from this point onwards, MP begins to fall down, but still it's positive, but it is adding lower value to TP, and so TP is increasing at a slower rate. It means it is increasing but at a decreasing rate because MP is adding lower and lower value to TP. So if I take this point from here to here, so this is again your variable input that I put in, and what is the corresponding increase in output? Only this much is the output, correct? So can I say increase in output is relatively lower than the increase in input? Output increasing at a slower rate, it means diminishing return has begun. All right, and in the second stage you see what happens. Even again I add variable input, but what is the corresponding increase in output? Even slower, even diminishing return is happening over here as well. Now there is a problem with the diagram that is given in your ICI book. I've told you as before. In most of the books you will find, foreign publication book लेगा आप तो यहाँ पर आपको दिया है this is your stage 1, that is a better diagram, and this entire is your stage 2, from here to here is your stage 2, and this is your stage 3. Why that is a better diagram? Because when MP begins to fall down, then only diminishing return will begin. But if I draw that particular diagram, you will go wrong on the question that is asked, because that was not the diagram given, that is not the diagram given by ICI to you. NCRT में भी ये problem है. All right, so what idea they could be giving? They're saying that, you see, diminishing return begins from stage 1, but at least in stage 1 there is also huge amount of increasing return that is happening. So we should not call it a stage of diminishing return, we should call it as stage of increasing return. But they contradict again to say that if they ask you that when diminishing return will begin, then you have to choose the option which says that when MP begins to fall down, then diminishing return will begin. But if they ask you stage wise, then you will mark stage 1 as increasing returns, stage 2 as diminishing return, and stage 3 as negative return. Now after reaching this point, any variable input, let's see, again you see I'm increasing my output again, but what is the corresponding increase? Increasing my input, but what is the corresponding increase in output? Slower rate. If I go beyond this point, I've used the maximum potential of the machinery. If I go beyond the point and add more variable input, what will happen? If suppose there is a kettle, you can produce tea, and that kettle can help you produce 5 cups of tea. When you are producing 1 cup of tea, you are underutilizing the potential of the kettle. So if you increase your input from 1 unit of cup to 2 unit of 3 unit of cup, you will find that you will not have to increase your variable input in the same proportion. It means if 1 cup required 1 teaspoon, then 4 cups will not require 4 teaspoon. 4 cups can be made in 3.5 teaspoon. Correct? So better utilization of resources you're doing. But what will happen if I try to make 6 cups of tea in a 5 cup pan, filling it to the brim? Too much of variable input beyond the maximum capacity of fixed input. What will happen? Spillage will happen and loss will happen. Correct? So you cannot overutilize or utilize your fixed input. You can only optimally utilize your fixed input. Clear? So what we have to know here in stages, remember, is that first stage 1 में आपको पूरा लिखा चुका है हम लोग, and I'll give you in the quick revision note as well, that first stage is a stage of increasing return. TP is increasing at an increasing rate. MP is increasing, reaching its maximum point, and then begins to fall down. It means for MP, increase, maximum point, and falling down all happens in stage 1 itself. Point of inflection is the point on the TP curve where MP is maximum. It means wherever MP is maximum, you draw a straight line, and wherever it hits the TP curve, that will be a point of inflection. It means the turning point. It means from there, TP will begin to increase at a diminishing rate and MP will begin to fall down. Then what happens to AP? AP also increases in stage 1, and it reaches the maximum point at the end of stage 1 itself. Then stage 2. Then stage 2 क्या होता है? variable input you are adding. Now TP is increasing at a diminishing rate, that's why diminishing return, and it reaches the maximum point at the end of the stage. Second, MP begins to fall down. AP begins to fall down, MP continues to fall down. And at the point where TP is maximum, MP also becomes 0. It means in stage 2, at the end of stage 2, TP is also maximum, MP is also 0. Correct? And at the point where AP is maximum, AP is equals to MP. And we have seen that marginal product curve cuts the AP curve from above, not from below. And in the third stage, AP, TP and MP, all curves are falling. All right. AP cannot be negative, MP becomes negative. TP also cannot be negative. It means this indicates that more amount of variable input than what can be converted into fixed input by then what can be converted into finished product by the machinery, leading to wastage. Then you will say, sir, I add one more machine. The moment you add one more machine, you are jumping from the short run to the long run, and that will give us what is known as returns to scale. All right. So let's take a look at the long run. So there are certain things that you have to remember here. I'll make you understand from the cost concept aega, then I will compare it with this one. So long run. Now remember that fixed input for accounting purpose, you will show it as in the balance sheet. But in the long run, every factor input has begun to change. So there is no distinction made between fixed input and variable input. Everything has become variable. So I was having one machine, let's say one machine can give me 10,000 units of output. I'm producing 5,000. I want to increase the output to 7,000. Will I have to buy one more machine? No, but I have to purchase more labor, more wages. I have to pay more wages. It will consume more electricity, more material and everything. So I have fixed and I have variable. And again I increase it to 9,000. Again fixed input do not change, variable. So a distinction can be made. This is variable, this is fixed, because as I'm increasing the output, the fixed is not changing, only variable is changing. But after I reach 10,000 units of output and now I want to produce 15,000, can this machine will help me produce? The answer is no. I add one more machine. The moment I add one more machine, can I consider that machine as variable input? For accounting purpose, it is still a fixed input, but I'm talking from the concept of production function. Now it will be considered as variable. Everything will begin to change in the same proportion in the long run. So changes in the quantity of output due to change in all factor inputs in the same proportion is known as law of returns to scale. It has 3 stages. So 3 stages may increasing returns to scale, diminishing and constant returns to scale. Now if suppose there is input over here, there is total product or output over here, all right, and there is marginal product over here. Or let's say let's do one thing simply here, increase in input and increase in output. Let's do it first, then otherwise it will create confusion in your head. Now if I increase the input by 10% and output increases by 15%, why it will happen we'll see in a while. We call it happens due to economies of scale. So this is known as increasing returns to scale, IRTS, increasing returns to scale. It means output increases in greater proportion than the increase in input. But when I increase the input by 10% and output also increases by 10%, this is known as constant returns to scale. And in case of diminishing return, when I increase the input by 10%, output increases, doesn't decrease, otherwise it will become negative returns, but in lesser proportion. So that we'll call it as diminishing returns to scale. But remember, there is one more stage wherein nobody should go, otherwise it will lead to abnormal losses. When I increase my input and output decreases by any percentage rather than increasing, so it will give you negative returns to scale. So remember one thing here, that increase देखो direct relationship है, direct and direct है. So direct but in higher proportion increasing, in the same proportion constant, in the lower proportion diminishing. But here Even if I erase this one, it doesn't matter. Whatever value you put in, if I am writing here increase and here decrease, then it has to be negative returns. Alright, it means marginal product is becoming negative. Alright, so if suppose I have to draw a table to explain the same. So if suppose this is your input, this is your total product or your output, this is the marginal product. If I put in 10 units of input, total output is 200. Marginal product is nothing right now. 20 units, if it increases to 500, what is the marginal product? 300 here. Change in total product, what is the change here? 10. So don't you think it will be 30? Correct. If I increase to 900 and 30 here, it will be 40. If I increase this to 1400 here and 40 here, तो कितना हो गया? 50. Correct. If I increase it to, let's say now 14, 1950, now it will be how much? Again 50, no? Correct or not? No, sorry, 500, 300 divided by 10. Correct. So 50 हो गया. It means now constant. If suppose I increase it further to 60 and it increases, let's say 2300, then what is it now? 40. So can I say over here up till this point what is happening? So TP is increasing at an increasing rate. And why TP is increasing at an increasing rate? Because MP is increasing. MP is increasing, no. But between this two phase, what happens? So remember, when MP is constant doesn't mean that TP is constant. MP is constant, it means adding same value to TP, constant value to TP. So this is your first one is your increasing returns to scale. Now what happens? TP increases at constant rate. Why? Because MP is constant. So it means you're getting constant returns to scale. And then what happens? Between these 2 points, what happens? TP increases at diminishing rate. Why? Because MP is decreasing. So that is known as diminishing returns to scale. But when, let's suppose if I produce 70 units and rather than increase, if it decreases to 2200, then don't you think minus 10 is your MP? Negative ho gaya ye. So if I have to put this into a diagram, how would it look like? This is your marginal product. This is your factor inputs. I'm not writing variable input because every factor input has begun to change now. So you see what is happening to MP. MP देखो क्या हो रहा है? It is increasing constant and then it begins to fall down. So MP is increasing, becoming constant and then begins to fall down. This is your increasing returns to scale, constant returns to scale and diminishing returns to scale. And when it becomes negative, that will give you the negative returns to scale at this point. Clear hai? But the question comes, why is it so? Yes, no, at the first stage, understood, no? Afri, I have told you, no, same logic. At stage 1, same question you are asking, just I have explained you. At stage 1, of course, TP is increasing at a diminishing rate. That's why I said the better diagram would have been if this is your increasing returns and the remaining up till this point. It means up till this point would have been your diminishing return and then negative return. That would have been a better diagram. But ICI has not given that. They have simply copied the diagram from NCERT book. They have made the mistake. ICI has made the mistake. Understood? So stage of first stage, you will call it as stage of increasing returns, even though diminishing return has begun from stage 1 itself. Got it now? Clear? Hai? So now what is the reason for increasing or diminishing returns? The 330 no? 330 no? You want it now? Hungry? Okay, you can take it now. Alright. Half an hour. Break. Break everyone. We'll begin at 3:35.
నేను మాటికి మాత్రం Those are important.
All right. Am I clearly audible, online students? Clearly audible? All right. So let's continue. So what is the reason? Sometimes they'll ask you what is the reason. Now this is related to the planning curve or envelope curve that we'll study later on in the cost. That what is the reason that there is increasing returns and what is the reason there is diminishing return? Because constant return is simply the turning point that is between increasing and decreasing. So increasing returns, if I say increasing returns to scale, it happens due to what we call it as economies of scale. And economies of scale can be divided into either internal economies or external economies. Now, internal is something that is within the control of any organization. It will either make or break that particular organization. Whereas external economies is outside the control of any organization, all the good thing that happens in the business environment. Let's say internal economies kya hai? First, if I'm able to run my business efficiently because I've got skilled human resource whose morale is always high, who are always motivated, they're not thinking about leaving the job, then we'll give their 100%. All right. So one of the most important thing when as I've told you, my primary work is investment and trading and everything. So the first thing that I look is the management of a company. If the management is good, then it is going to that a particular company is going to reach the sky and it will give you multi-fold return, huge returns in the long run. So without a good management, no business can survive, right? Secondly, what is the production cycle? Now, efficient production cycle is important because if you have inefficient production cycle, your normal loss will increase. Normal loss is there in every business, should be manageable. It should not be too much. All right. So later on in your finals, you will also be studying about economic order quantity in your intermediate as well. That how much of material to order, that is also important. Material quantity of material to order, because if you order too much of material, warehousing storage cost will increase, and when you store it you will waste. Again, when you're producing, you're wasting, you waste it double up. But if you order too less raw material, then again there is a problem. By the time new raw material arrives to the factory, carriage inward worth, by that time the raw material is over. Now your business production cycle will have to stop. You are incurring the cost, you have to pay for the labor, you have to pay for everything. You have to pay the interest on the capital that you borrowed from the bank. But 2-3 days production is not happening. So it means your cost will escalate. So to how much to order, that is also important. Moreover, a businessman who is producing at large scale will be able to get better negotiating deal in terms of raw materials purchase. If I'm a big seller, big producer, and I go to a raw material provider, then he will give me a better deal, right? Why? Because he is selling me in bulk in large quantities. He never will want to lose me as a client. Moreover, when you are producing more, remember, only the differentiation between fixed and variable is changing, but every cost is not going to increase in the same proportion, right? Do you think, let's say for example, if there is a factory and in that factory there is space to put up another machine, 2-3 machine, it means I'm operating in the long run because now I've started to put up new machines. But do I need to buy another factory? The answer is no. My fixed, my rental is not going to increase. My lease will not going to increase. It means the same total cost is divided by higher number of unit. You are ordering raw material. You have to pay for per trip. Even if you take the smallest truck, let's say that truck will provide you, in one time it can transport 1 lakh unit of raw material, but now you are producing only 50,000 units. Do you think the truck will say, you are occupying half the truck, you just pay me half the money? No. You are producing 50,000 units and you are paying, let's say, rupees 1 lakh for per trip to your factory. What is your per unit transportation cost, carriage inward cost? Don't you think it is rupees 2? If you increase your output and you order 1 lakh unit of raw material, do you have to incur even 1 rupee of extra carriage inward cost? No. So it means you are paying same amount of rupee, but don't you think your average cost decreases from 22 rupees to 1 rupee by 50% is falling down? Correct. So that will also benefit large scale production. So all these are internal economies, that is internal to the organization, that depends upon the organization how you do it. But and external economies are combined. When external economies are combined with internal economies, then what will happen? External economies, government taxes are very less, right? There is good infrastructure, communication is very fast, expressway, my truck can fly easily on the road. Very quickly I can get the input and very quickly I can distribute the output to the market. There is adequate availability of skilled manpower. There is higher level of literacy and education in the country. All right. So what happens here is that when we combine the internal and external, as a result, what you'll receive is increasing returns to scale. But the same thing will turn against you if you have what is known as diseconomies of scale. Diseconomies of scale will lead to what is known as diminishing returns to scale.
And this diseconomies can be divided again into two parts, that is internal diseconomies and external diseconomies. Now understand, when Reliance Industries was divided, both the brother Anil and Mukesh, they got the same amount of wealth and they were operating in the same economic environment, that is India, correct? But what has happened that one brother, the older brother, was able to multiply his wealth many folds, but the younger brother has become bankrupt. Mismanagement, internal diseconomies. If your laborers are not happy, they will leave the job. If you are not able to hire good employee, then you are gone. If you are not able to produce in large scale, you will not get good deal in terms of purchase of raw material. Your average cost of purchase will be also very, very high. So all these are bad that is happening inside the organization. You're wasting too much of raw material when you're producing, again bad. And you combine it with external diseconomies. What was the situation in India in 1980s, 70s, 80s, 90s, before the economic reforms? What was the situation? The tax was very high. On a simple bar of soap, government used to tax 60% excise duty, sales tax 60%. Can you imagine? If I am producing a soap at 8 rupees, you want to sell it at 10 rupees, government says 6 rupees mere ko do. That was the situation. The peak rate of customs duty, even if I am importing raw material, it was 125%. 125. You know what was the highest rate of income tax? 97.25%. Right. So people will, so if the tax is very high, infrastructure was very poor. There was trade union problems in the country. Several times there was Bharat Bandh, sometimes Karnataka Bandh, sometimes because trade union leaders were very, very notorious. They were protected by the political masters. So, wo problem ho gaya. Frequent power cuts happening. When there is a frequent power cut has happened, why have to put in diesel generators? Pehle to kharidne ka cost. I'm talking about a big factory. So generator cost will go into crores and that will run on diesel. So it means my cost of production will increase. Even in industrial belt, we used to have 5 hours of power cut. So all these things, when they are combined, then it will lead to diseconomies of scale. All right. Remember one thing, that internal both economies and diseconomies are within the control of the organization. It will affect only one firm. But external economies and diseconomies will affect every firm, the entire industry, the entire country. Clear? Now, next comes the Isocon curve. Now, what is Isocon curve? That is IQC. If you remember indifference curve, then you can easily remember all the points with regard to Isocon curve. Now, there is no similarity between Isocon. Iso means same, quant means quantity. That's why IQC we can say. So, what happens? It says that it shows same quantity of output that is produced using different combinations of capital and labor, and this is your isocont curve. Now tell me, if every country has different level of skilled labor, some countries have more labor and less capital, developing and least developed countries, there they will adopt that particular method that is labor intensive, because the ultimate objective is to reduce the cost. So when I'm buying the materials, don't you think a seller will always try to buy those raw materials in larger quantity that is available at a relatively lower price? So I will buy a machine that will require more labor. That way I will be saving on the labor cost. All right, labor is cheap, I'll use more labor. But if I'm producing the same thing, let's say in Germany or in Switzerland or France or Italy or US, developed countries where labor supply is very less. Labor, see, everything works on the concept of demand and supply. More labor, price of labor will be less. Less labor, price of labor will be high. So what happens here is that labor is expensive, but capital and technology is very, very cheaper. So they will adopt capital intensive method of production. So it means whether I'm using more labor and less capital or less labor and more capital, the output will exactly be the same. So it means if I have, let's say, If I point A, point B and point C, if A I'm producing 1000 units of output, then at point B also I'm producing 1000 units of output. And at point C also I'm producing 1000 units of output. But the difference is that at point A, I'm using relatively more capital and less labor, whereas at point C, I'm using relatively more labor and less capital. Clear? So what were the properties of indifference curve? Remember, this is not same. Indifference curve and Isocon curve exactly are completely different. There is no relation. But whatever property you have written about indifference curve, you simply remove the word utility or satisfaction and put in the word output or production, it will become an Isocon curve. Of course, you have to replace this as well. Rather than good Y and good X, you have to take capital and labor. So all the properties will be the same. Isocon curve is a downward sloping curve because due to the negative relationship between labor and capital. Technologically advanced country will adopt those methods that requires less capital and more labor, and vice versa for developing countries. It is convex to the origin. Why? Because due to diminishing marginal rate of substitution between labor and capital. Third, every point on the same isocon curve will give you same level of output. A higher IQC will contain more quantity of labor and capital, so it will give you more level of output, and vice versa. And two isocon curve will never intersect or touch one another because different IQC will give different level of output. And an IQC will never touch either X or Y axis, but due to different reason. Because when it touches Y axis, it means only capital zero labor produces something. It's not possible. Even if you're using artificial intelligence, some amount of small quantity of labor will have to be there. And if it touches the x-axis, it means only labor, zero capital will produce nothing. That is also not possible. All right, that is also never possible. So these are the properties that you have to keep in mind. And of course, it will never intersect. I've already told you because it gives you different level of output. Also remember that indifference curve was based on ordinal concept, but this is based on cardinal concept. Why? Because the level of output you can easily measure and quantify. Then we come to the concept of revenue. If I ask you simply what is revenue, see, revenue and profit are different. From the revenue, if you deduct the cost of production, you will get the profit. So when I say total revenue is nothing but the total income received by a business from the sale of some units of a commodity. So total revenue, if you want to find out, I have to do what? Quantity that is sold into price per unit. So can I say TR is nothing but P into Q, price per unit into quantity? That is give you total revenue. From this, if you deduct the cost, you will get the profit. And if the cost is more, then you will get the loss. All right. Now, what is average revenue? Average is not revenue is nothing but revenue per unit of output or sales. All right. And we see that average revenue will be eventually equal to price because AR we write it as what? TR by quantity. So can I write TR as P into Q and Q cancels? So don't you think AR is nothing but equals to price? If I take a numerical example, let's say price is equals to rupees 20 per unit. Oh. Price is equals to rupees 20 per unit. Total quantity of output is, let's say, 50 units. So what is my TR? P into Q, that is P is rupees 20 into 50 units. So that will be rupees 1000. This is my TR. If I want to find out AR, that will be TR by quantity. TR is rupees 1000, quantity is 50. So how much you get? Rupees 20. that is your AR. Don't you think this is also equals to price? So AR will always be equals to price. And then what is MR? What is MR? Marginal revenue. So marginal revenue, simply you see here, if I put delta over here, then it will become marginal revenue. So total revenue by total quantity is your average revenue, but change in revenue by change in quantity. So marginal revenue is nothing but change in revenue by change in level of output. That is your marginal revenue. It means what will be the change in the total revenue when output or sales changes by 1 unit. All right, when output or sales changes by 1 unit. Clear? So that will be your marginal revenue, and marginal revenue many a times written as TR of n minus TR of nth minus 1. All right. So now understand one thing, that you have to, they will try to ask you a question with regard to the relationship between TR, MR, AR and elasticity of demand. It means again total outlay method will come into consideration over here. So let's say for example, if you have a price over here and this is the quantity, this is your total revenue, this is average revenue or marginal revenue first, and this is the average revenue. If I price the product at 10 and I'm not able to sell anything, then everything will be 0. But if I reduce the price, I know the law of demand works. Now remember here one thing, when you reduce the price, the quantity demanded will increase. But the question is the increase in quantity demanded giving me enough total revenue that will compensate for the reduction in price I've done? If it does, then my revenue will increase, otherwise my revenue will decrease. So when I reduce the price, I'm able to sell 2 units. So what is my total revenue now? Total revenue is 18. What is the marginal revenue? Change in total revenue is 18, change in quantity is 2. 18 by 2 is 9. And what is my average revenue? Again 18 by 2, 9. Correct? So you see MR and AR, these two curves, we can say it begins from the same point. Now I want to, as a seller, I will always want to maximize my profit. So I reduce the price. When I reduce the price, the quantity demanded increases. So remember, whenever I'm reducing the price, I'm taking a hit. But the thing is, if I'm taking this hit, why I'm taking a hit? Because I'm decreasing the price. So I'm taking a burden on myself as a seller when I'm giving you discount. But the thing is, how people reward me, that will determine whether my total revenue will increase or decrease. So you see, there is an increase in quantity demanded and that will lead to increase in the total revenue. So what is the marginal revenue now? That will be 6. And what is the average revenue? 8. So it means marginal and average revenue will begin from the same point and they will start to diverge now. Then I'll decrease it further and I find out quantity demand increases to 4, that is 28. What is my marginal revenue? 4. What is my average revenue? That will be always equals to price. AR is always equals to price. All right. I reduce the price. I will continue to reduce the price because my revenue is increasing. It means I'm getting something from the 5 price that I'm reducing. So it increases. So now 30, I'm getting 2 rupees extra. Now you will think, sir, imagine this is 2 million units, 3 million units, 4 million and 5 million units. Then you can imagine how much additional revenue you are generating. So now it will be 6 and I now reduce it further to 5. Now you see what happens, quantity demanded will again increase. It will not decrease, it increase. But the thing is increase in the quantity demanded is sufficient to give me additional revenue? In this case, my total revenue doesn't increase. I'll put up stop over here. Because if my total revenue is not increasing, and just like as I've told you that total revenue total is nothing but a summation of its marginal, it means my marginal revenue is 0 here and average cannot be 0, so average is 5. Clear? So if suppose by mistake if I reduce the price further, quantity demanded is increasing, but now Is it giving me additional revenue? No. So minus 2 and here is 4. So understand one thing. From this point till this point, what is happening? Can I say when the price is decreasing, total revenue is increasing? It means if I go to the outlay method, what was the situation? When price total revenue is increasing, it means is the consumer spending more money or less money? More money, because what I spend is what the seller is going to earn. So this I'm spending more money. So it means price decreases, expenditure is increasing. In which case price and expenditure has opposite relation? When E is greater than 1. So can I say here the demand must be elastic, that is E greater than 1. But if I compare this situation from this point to this point, what is happening? Price is falling, but total revenue is constant. It means consumer, are they spending more money, less money, or same amount of money before? Same amount. It means in which case increase or decrease in price will not affect consumers expenditure when E equals to 1. So it means, can we say here demand must be unitary elastic, that is E equals to 1. And next what happens? From here to here price is falling, but TR is also falling. It means consumer spending more money or less money? Less money. It means price decreases, total expenditure decreases, in which case price and expenditure move in the same direction when E is less than 1. So demand must be inelastic. Correct. So can we say when the demand is inelastic, you should not decrease the price, you should increase the price. And when the demand is elastic, you should decrease the price. And when the E is equals to 1, then at that point you stop. You should not neither increase the price nor decrease the price. It means if I have reached to this point and I've seen that the price have reduced but the total revenue is not increased, I will stop at that point. I will no more increase the price. But if by mistake, if I have come down here, then what I'll do? I will go back up here. All right, clear. It means I will increase the price when I find out E is less than 1. Understood, everyone? So how can I put this into a diagram? Simple. On the y-axis we'll take revenue, on the x-axis we'll take quantity. This is your AR and this is the MR which is falling. This is the point where MR is 0. So let me draw a line here down to this point. Now again, this is again your revenue and this is the quantity of output. Now this is your total revenue rising and it becomes constant here at the maximum point and then begins to fall down. This is your TR. Now understand one thing here. If we look at this point here, price is falling down. All right. Total revenue is increasing, reaching its maximum point and then it's falling down. You see, total revenue is increasing, reaching its maximum point and then it begins to fall down. When it happens, as the price begins to fall, we know that AR is nothing but equals to price. So it means as the price decreases, you see total revenue is increasing, total revenue is increasing, price still decreasing, but now total revenue is decreasing. Correct? All right. Next, when TR is increasing, it means, can I say if TR is increasing, MR must be positive because TR is summation of MR. So if I draw a line over here, you see this is your MR. Hit किया, यहाँ देखो MR अभी positive, again TR is rising, MR is positive, again TR is rising, MR is positive. TR is maximum, not changing, MR is 0. Correct? So can I say here when TR is increasing, MR is falling but it remains positive. At the point where TR is maximum, MR is 0. And when TR is falling, then MR must be below the x-axis. You see, it is falling because now MR is negative. It means it's taking away from TR, and due to which TR is falling. Next, if I look at elasticity, when I'm reducing the price, that is AR, and E is greater than 1, till when time? Till the time MR is positive. So when E is greater than 1, I am reducing the price, and what is happening? MR is falling but remains positive and TR is rising. So can I say E is greater than 1 over here? At the point, so here also E will be greater than 1. At the point where MR is 0 and TR is maximum, it means TR is not changing at this point and MR is 0. So can I say E must be equals to 1? And when TR becomes negative, MR begins to fall down. Then can I say that E must be lesser than 1? So what is the take home point from here? First point is that when TR is rising, MR is falling but it remains positive. Pehla point. And the elasticity is greater than 1. Clear? Second, when TR is maximum, then MR is 0, also known as the point of saturation for this point as well. Right? And the elasticity is equals to 1, unitary elastic. When TR is beginning to fall down, it means MR is no more adding but taking away from TR. So as a result, what happens? TR begins to fall down. So TR is falling, it means MR has become negative. It means E will be less than 1 or inelastic demand. And AR curve is also known as demand curve. I've told you why. Because demand consists of two things, that is marginal utility. But if you don't have the ability to pay, marginal utility cannot be taken care of. And AR equals to price. So that's why AR curve is also known as the demand curve. They can also ask you what is the formula, whether they will ask you to solve a problem or they'll ask you which is the correct formula to find out elasticity, find out the value of marginal revenue. So sometimes we also write that marginal revenue is nothing but average revenue into E minus 1 by E, AR into E minus 1 by E. Now using this formula also I will be able to find out the same values of MR. Let's say for example that the value of AR for all our example is rupees 10. Let's say let AR equals to rupees 10. Right. So first we'll take E greater than 1. Anything that is greater than 1. You can take 2, 3, 4, 5, doesn't matter. So let's take E equals to 2, that is E greater than 1. If I want to find out the marginal revenue, then AR is how much? Rupees 10 into E minus 1, that is 2 minus 1 by 2. 2 minus 1 is 1 by 1 by 2, half into 10. Positive or negative? Positive. So MR equals to 5, that is a positive 5 you have. So can we conclude when E is greater than 1, as in this case, then MR must be positive. Then if I suppose take E equals to 1, then MR will be how much? AR is 10 into E minus 1, that is 1 minus 1 by E, E minus 1 by E. So 1 minus 1, 0, 0 by anything is 0, 0 multiplied by anything is 0. So can we conclude that when E equals to 1, then MR has to be 0. And if I take E less than 1, E less than 1, now you have to take the value which is greater than 0 but less than 1. So let's E take 0.5 or 0.6 or 0.7. So now if I want to calculate MR, AR is rupees 10 into E minus 1, that is 0.5 minus 1 divided by 0.5, E minus 1 by E. So that will be 10 into 0.5 minus 1 is minus 0.5, minus 0.5 by 0.5 is minus 1. So you get minus 10 as the MR. So it means, can we say when E is less than 1, then MR must be negative. Clear hai? All right. Now, theory of cost. All right. This is marathon, dear. This will move fast like this. I mean, up till this point, we covered this around 7, 8 classes, no? 9 classes maybe. right? So now what is cost? Cost is cost. Now cost can be divided into various types, but here you have to understand something, that is implicit cost and explicit cost. So we have to consider in the subject of economics, in order to perform cost and benefit analysis, that what is the economic cost. So economic cost is the summation of between both accounting cost plus non-accounting cost. Now accounting cost is also known as explicit cost, whereas non-accounting cost has many names, but popularly we call it as implicit cost or opportunity cost or non-cash cost or alternative cost. Now what is this cost? First of all, understand accounting cost or explicit cost is what you record in your trial balance. Every cost, whether direct or indirect, that is incurred by the business is known as accounting cost. Why do we call it explicit? Explicit means to clearly state something. Explicit का दो meaning होता है, एक तो using foul language, that is also explicit. Another, explicit means clearly mention. All right, clearly mention. When a company comes out for an IPO, SEBI says that you must explicitly mention everything about the company in the prospectus. So clearly mention. So it can be clearly recorded in the books of account. Why? Because you have paid it to a third party. Who is a third party? Third party who is a non-owner of a company. The laborer in a company are not the owner. It is a third party. The material provider is a third party. Bestcom providing electricity is a third party. The bank giving me loan is a third party. The person who has lent me his premises to run the business, I'll pay rent, so that will be a third party. All right, and the other side you have the owner of the business. So every cost that you incur that goes towards payment to a third party is considered as explicit cost, because you can easily record it in your books of account. So accounting cost we bolte hain. But a business may incur some cost without incurring it. Well, sir, what is this cost that you incur without incurring it? This is also known as opportunity cost. All right, so you have to take into that consideration as well. Simple example, you are working as a CA in a firm and you are drawing a salary of, let's say, 30 lakh rupees per annum. All right, 30 lakh rupees per annum you are drawing. One day you decided you start your own firm. All right, you will be drawing this salary. If I index in the inflation right now, by the time you will get the job, so around little more than 2.5 lakh rupees you will get in hand at the end of the month. But by that time, the rental cost in Bangalore would increase from a 40,000 rupees to BHK to 80,000 rupees. All right, so it means whatever you're getting over there, index karega inflation se, to wahi baat hai, as if you're getting 1.5 lakh today. So 30 lakh rupees per annum. Now what will happen? And remember, start saving from day one. I've told you how to retire in 15 years of time. And remember, dear, one thing I'm telling you, motivation is here. Motivation jaldi jaldi CA ban jao. Work for 15 years and then you retire. And that rule has no exception, zero exception, zero exception. And I've told you also, when you are consuming money, but still your money will grow. वो भी आपको दिखाया. So work hard, save the way I've told you. वो वीडियो आपके पास है तो रखना उस वीडियो को. Get a clip of it. It will keep it. You will keep it. Now, what will you do? You retire. And after that, you don't retire, you leave your job and you, let's say, for this example I'm talking about, not you. So you leave your job, you started your own firm. When you started your own firm, a lot of people will come for getting their books of account audited and tax consultancy and everything. So let's say your total revenue from auditing is 1 crore rupees. But the total cost you incur to run your firm, salary to the other employees and everything, you, let's say, 50 lakh rupees. So it means your profit is rupees 50 lakh, correct? The answer is no. Your profit is only 20 lakh. Will you say, sir, how? This is my all right, this is the total revenue that I have received 1 crore, and this is my debit side that is equal to 50 lakh. When you subtract the debit side from credit side, you're getting 50 lakh. Well, yes, you have in your account 50 lakh rupees of hard cash. That is your profit, but that is not your actual profit. Your actual profit is how much? Only 20 lakh. Why is it so? Tell me one thing. How much you are giving up to earn 50 lakh? Are you not giving up 30 lakh of your salary to earn 50 lakh of your profit? So how much extra you have made? You have made only 20 lakh rupees extra. In your bank you have 50 lakh, but extra, this money you would have made, I mean 30 lakh you are anyways earning, no? How much extra you are earning? 20 lakh, correct? So your economic profit, your accounting profit is 50 lakh, but your economic profit is only 20 lakh. In the same way, many examples you can take. You had a place that you had given on rent. Every year you were receiving 10 lakh rupees of rental income. You said abhi main apna office ke liye use karega. And when you are running your own business, you earn a profit of 80 lakh rupees. Now what is your profit? Is it 80 lakh rupees or 70 lakh rupees? This 70 lakh you are not going to get. It means, if, don't you think, if you would have not evicted the tenant, then you have to take another place on rent, correct? So actually your profit is not 80, your profit is 70. That's why you see a businessman always compare the return with the bank interest, with the government bonds. If you have 1 crore rupees and you are doing business with it, and you are generating, you have incurred 1 crore rupees of total cost and you have generated 1 crore 8 lakh, so 8 lakh is your profit. I will say your profit is zero. Why? You can go and buy government bonds and government bond will give you 8 lakh rupees. You can sit at home and watch Netflix and 8 lakh rupees आपको घर में मिल जाएगा. Correct? All right. So that is important. So if I have to find out, then what is my, this is basically pro forma. Total revenue hai, whatever you're getting from total revenue, you deduct what is known as accounting cost or explicit cost. When you deduct your accounting cost, what you get is your accounting profit. Accounting profit. Then from here you deduct non-accounting cost or implicit cost, and then you get your economic profit or loss. Here accounting profit or loss, accounting P&L, or here you will get your economic P&L. Now there are certain situations that you have to keep in mind. Clear? What is it? That if suppose your total revenue is 1 lakh rupees, your total revenue is 1 lakh rupees, accounting cost is 70,000, accounting profit is 30,000, and your implicit cost is 20,000, then 10,000 is your economic profit. So it means if there is implicit cost, then your accounting profit will always be less than accounting. Then your accounting profit will always be more than economic profit. Or you can say economic profit will be less than accounting profit. If suppose your implicit cost is equal to your profit, accounting profit, then you have zero economic profit. Zero economic profit also means normal accounting profit. And if your implicit cost is more than your accounting profit, then you have economic loss. So you will have economic loss only when your implicit cost is more than accounting profit. And if suppose there is no implicit cost, then your accounting profit and economic profit will be the same. All right, clear? Dear, who is this Nirav Modi? Understand this, this is for you, and I'll just give you a simple thing to think upon. That is, life is not a bed of roses. All right, 40% of engineers and 60% of postgrads in India are running from pillars to post to get a job. The level of unemployment is very high. Today, BCom or graduation is not going to give you anything. Professional degree as a CA, you have to. And also remember, you are living right now under the your shadow of your parent. So you don't know how brutal the world is. The world never appreciate a person who talks more and unsuccessful hai. But a person who is getting his job done, he is successful, he has worked hard to achieve where he or she is right now. Some years back in UP, 40 lakh people applied for a job. 40 lakh. For around 800 to 900 was the vacancy. And out of that around 60% were postgraduates. And you know what was the nature of the job? Yes, toilet cleaners and sweepers, peons. That was the nature of the job. All right. So right now everything seems very rosy, and you have seen what kind of result that they have given. ICI is given. What ICI has set the bar very high. And if you are not working hard, then somebody else is going to steal the show. It's a matter of 4 years. Just work hard and get on with it. All right. So now next is, because somebody is only chatting here and is not interested in studying here. No problem. Don't worry. Time shows everybody. So please pay attention, dear. Whoever is Nirav Modi, this is for you as well. All right. So now there are different types of cost also. Direct cost and indirect cost. Will not go into it. Just simply I'll tell you, direct cost, that is related directly to any activity, any specific activity or any specific product that you're making. Material cost, carriage inward cost, labor cost, electricity consumed by factories who is helping you produce that good, is all direct cost. The one thing about direct cost, you will find out, if your output is increasing, direct cost will also increase. If the output is decreasing, direct cost will also decrease. But there are many indirect costs incurred by businesses as well. For example, somewhere not in the factory, a business may have a headquarter, a office where management are working. Their salary is not linked to the output that is happening in the factory. They will get some fixed amount of money as salary. Understand? So fixed amount, it means whether the output goes down or goes up, their salary is not going to. They're not doing one specific work. So there, the salary paid to them, it cannot be attributed to one specific product or one specific activity. They are doing the general act of running the business, general administration. So those are all indirect costs. Then the cost can be further divided into fixed cost and variable cost. Fixed costs are those costs that do not change in the short run. It will never change, I'm not saying. In the short run, it is difficult to change. In the long run, everything we say becomes variable. It means, let's say I've taken a loan from a bank, and the bank, I have promised to pay 12% rate of interest. Now, whether my output increases or decreases, I don't produce, I have to pay the same amount of interest, whatever I've decided under the contract. I have to pay rent on the premises. Whether even if my factory is shut down, still, what has happened? Just hold on. There, again. So I have to pay the rent to the factory. So output increases or decreases, remains zero. I have to incur the same amount of cost. In the short run, it doesn't change. Variable cost is directly linked to the level of production. All right. Output increases, variable cost will increase. Output decreases, variable cost will decrease. In between of them, you have what is known as semi-variable cost. What is semi-variable cost? It is neither absolutely fixed nor perfectly variable. To some extent, it remains fixed beyond a level. If the production will increase, it will become variable. All right. Now, the most important part or the concept related to cost. So, you see, if suppose I take the output here and let's say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And if I take total fixed cost, now what is the difference between fixed cost and total fixed cost? All right. What is the cost difference between fixed cost and total fixed cost? When I combine, it's not only one type of fixed cost that the business incur. Business incur many types of fixed costs. The rent on the building is a fixed cost. Interest on capital is a fixed cost. Salary is also a fixed cost. A part of the salary is fixed. A part of it is variable. All right. Wages is always variable. But all right. So when I combine all these fixed costs, that will give us total fixed cost. Total fixed cost will remain same. It will neither increase nor decrease with the level of output. So it means whether I'm not producing, let's say I'm incurring 1000 here, everywhere I will incur same 1000 rupee, 1000 rupees. So it will neither increase with the level of output nor will it decrease with the level of output. And if I have to plot this over the diagram, how would the diagram look like? Yes, on the y-axis we have cost, on the x-axis will always take quantity of output. Now understand, TFC curve will never start from the origin. They can ask you, these are the questions, probability of question they will ask you. To TFC will never start from the origin. Why? Because TFC cannot be 0. If they ask you TFC curve never start from the origin, what is the reason? Because you choose the option that says TFC can never be 0. It begins from a point along the y-axis. Now, if I say this is your 1000, it will not increase, neither it will decrease. Then what is the reason? Because TFC remain fixed, it doesn't change with the level of output. So it will be a horizontal straight line. This is your TFC curve. So whether you produce 0 unit or you produce 1 or you produce 2 or you produce 3 or you produce 4, it doesn't matter. The output, I mean the total fixed cost remains same. So it is a horizontal straight line which is parallel to the x-axis and it touches the y-axis. Clear? All right. This is your TFC curve. Then comes the TVC curve. Now TVC curve creates all the kind of complexity in the production function. Later on, the marginal cost. Now we know that when quantity of output increases, then TVC will also increase, but not in the same proportion. It will increase at a diminishing rate initially and then it will increase sharply. The very fair example is simply, let's say you want to make 1 cup of tea. You have fixed, that is the kettle, your kitchen is fixed input. All right, the oven is a fixed input. I'm not concerned about them. I'm concerned about what is the variable input. Remember this example? This is for the online. So now let's say you are putting 1 tablespoonful of tea leaves. All right, 1 tablespoonful of tea leaves. You are putting in 2 tablespoons of sugar and water is free. You are boiling it for 10 minutes. Oh, sorry, milk. Milk, let's say 100 milli or 50 milliliter of milk. And you are boiling it for 10 minutes. So 10 minutes of LPG gas you are using. Let's say your total cost you come out to be rupees 10 for a cup, per cup. My question is, if you make 2 cups, will you need 20 rupees? No, or more than 20, less than 20. Because when you made 1 cup, you lost some of the extract of the tea leaves. So to make 2 cups, of course, you'll need more, but you will not need double. You may require only 1.5. So it means here you have saving. Here you'll not have any saving, you'll require 4, so no saving. Here also you'll require 100 milliliters, so no saving. But tell me, if 1 cup of tea you made at 10 minutes, 2 cups, will you take 20 minutes? No, you may make it in 15 minutes or 17 minutes. All right, clear. So it means, tell me what is the average, what happens to average? Here 10 rupees for a cup, so average is 10. Here 20 rupees for, sorry, here the cost will be 18 rupees, it will not be 20 rupees. For 2 cups it is 9. For the third cup when you produce, it may increase to only 24. So it means 24 by 3, it will be 8. You see, average is falling down. Why is it happening? Due to better utilization of the fixed input, that is the kettle. And when you utilize the fixed input better, it means your variable input will be better utilized as well. And there is something that is known as division of labor. When you keep repeating the same act again and again, then what will happen? Then total fixed cost even include variable cost. No, Aditya, total fixed cost do not include variable cost. It includes all the type of fixed cost. All right,
all different types of fixed cost. Variable cost is different. That's what I'm explaining here. So variable cost will increase, but it will increase at a diminishing rate. But what if, as I've told you, your kettle can make 6 cups of tea and you're making 5 cups now? You have to be very careful, because spillage ho jayega. You have to again keep turning the knob to low flame, high flame, low flame, high flame. So you're wasting energy. Your cost will start to escalate. When you're making 6 cups, you have to be even more quickly. You have to do it. Again, you're wasting your LPG, and also the vaporization is happening more. Your cost will increase sharply. And you want to make a 7 or 8 cups, what will happen? Spillage. Your cost will rise sharply. So what will happen here is that due to better utilization of fixed input, the total variable cost will increase at a diminishing rate in the beginning. So when output is 0, TVC will be 0. TFC cannot be 0. TVC will be 0. Why will you buy material when you are not producing anything? Corona aaya, factory band ho gaya. Labor cost will come down to 0. Material cost will come down to 0. But don't you think I have to pay the rent? Right? So here 200, अभी देखो यहाँ से यहाँ कितना इंक्रीज हुआ 200 से, then it increases to 300, it increases by only 100. So imagine, for one unit if you are incurring 200 cost, for 2 it should be 400, no, but it is increasing to 300. It means it is increasing at a diminishing rate. For 3 it will increase to 360, it is increasing by 60 only. Then for 4 it may increase to 400, increasing by 40 only. And then from this point onwards it may increase to 600, then it means it is increasing by 400, then 200, then it may increase to 1000, that is increasing by 400, then it may increase to 2000, that is increasing by 1000, and then it may increase to 4000, that is increasing by 2000. So what has happened? Initially it is rising slowly and then it is rising sharply. It means TVC curve will not rise like this, because if it rises like this, then what will be the case? Then what will be the case? It means you are saying that for 1, 2, 3 unit 200, 400, 600, is it so? By the same margin it is increasing? No, absolutely no. Then how do you think the TVC curve would look like? So this is your cost again. And this is your output. So tell me, for first unit to produce, how much I incurred? For first unit, I incurred 200 rupees for the first unit, you see. For the first unit, 200 rupees. For the second unit, it is increasing to 300 for the second unit. For the third unit, 360. For the fourth unit, 400. Isn't it? For the fifth unit now, 600. For the sixth unit, I'm incurring 1000. All right, and so on, it will go on. So what will I do? How will I connect these points? So you see here, when I connect these points here, what will be the shape of the curve that you'll get? It is rising sharply. This is your TVC curve. Now it is upward sloping, but don't you think it looks like an inverted S shape? All right, it will inverted S shape. Why? Because initially you can find out the same, I'm increasing 1 by 1 each, but you see initially by 200, then by lesser margin, then by even lesser, then and then again it increases at a, it start to increase at an increasing rate. So initially it will increase at a diminishing rate and later
it will increase at an increasing rate. Clear? That's why it is upward sloping. First of all, it begins from the origin. Why? Because when output is 0, TVC is 0. It is positively sloped. Why? Because with the increase in the level of output, the TVC curve also increases. Clear? Simple. Then we come to what is known as total cost. Total cost is nothing but total variable cost plus total fixed cost. Now tell me one thing here. At level of output which is 0, 0 output level, 0 output level, your TVC will be equal to 0. But can your TFC will 0? No. So TFC will not be 0. So can I say at 0 level of output, TC will be equals to TFC? Correct? So it means, can we conclude the TC curve and the TFC curve will always begin from the same point? First thing. But only thing is similar is that TC and TFC begins from the same point. Rest of all is similar to TVC. So behavior of the TC curve will be exactly similar to the behavior of the TVC curve. What is the reason? Because total cost doesn't have its own identity. Total cost is simply an aggregate between TFC and TVC curve. And every bit of change in the total cost is only and only due to the change in the total variable cost. It means total cost will change as much as there is a change in the total variable cost. So don't you think the shift or the change in the behavior of the TC will look exactly like the behavior of the TVC curve? Correct? So you see here, if we have to make total cost, if I have to, that column we have to make, let's say you all have noted down, the maybe the values may be different little bit, but it's the same. Total cost, if I take here this plus this, that is 1000, this plus this, that will be 1200, then 1300, then 1360, then 1400, then 1600, then 2000, then 3000, and then 5000. All right, clear? Understood? So now if I want to find out, you see, what is the change between two different points on the TVC and two different points on the TC? देखो 200 200 ही difference है. If I take this point and this point, don't you think the difference is only 60? If I take this point and this point, same randomly I'm choosing the point. So it means the TC is changing as much as the change in the TVC that is happening. All right. So, and moreover, another one more thing, that the TC curve and the TVC curve, the difference between them is what? Is due to TFC. Correct? So don't you think the difference always remains the same? That is 1000. So can I conclude that TVC and TC curve will be parallel lines? Yes. So if we have to draw the diagram taking all three into consideration, that is, let's say this is your cost and this is the quantity of output. This is your TFC curve. Correct? Right or wrong? TFC curve. This was your TVC curve, and this will be your TC curve. Now the difference between this curve and this curve will always remain constant. Why? Because the difference is due to TFC. Difference is between them is due to TFC, and TFC remains constant. All right. So you see, TC curve begins from the same point as TFC. but its behavior is just like TVC curve. All right. Moreover, if suppose if I want to find out how to plot this one, you see, you have produced 1 unit and 200 is your total variable cost. But how much is your total fixed cost? Total fixed cost goes to 1000. So 200 plus 1000, that you'll have 1200 here. Then the next one, second unit you're producing, you're incurring 300. 300 plus 1000, that is 1300. This way you'll go about. Clear? All right. समझ में आया? Now we'll go to the average concept. First of all, average fixed cost. What is average? Average of any cost is the total of that cost divided by the level of output. All right. Let me cover this for around 7-8 minutes left. So average, two averages we can cover. So average fixed cost, AFC. So AFC we know is nothing but TFC by output. Correct? Now tell me logically, understand, don't try to cram anything. As we increase the output, we know TFC remains 1000. Hypothetically, I have taken 1000 value, whatever be the TFC remains 1000. And as we increase the output, the quantity will go on increasing. So don't you think the numerator, will it not keep coming down? Correct or not? So you are dividing the same numerator with increasing denominator. The quotient will keep coming down, but will it ever become zero? No, it will become negligible, but it can never become zero, because no average can ever be zero if their output is positive. So it may become 0.00001. Let's say I'm producing 1 lakh unit, 1000 units, AFC will be 1. If I'm producing 10,000, it will be 0.10. If I'm producing 1 lakh unit, it will be 0.001. Correct? But it will never be zero. So it means it will never touch which axis? It will never touch the x-axis, because it can never be zero. Moreover, in many books you will find out they have drawn AFC curve like this. Absolutely wrong. Because if I draw like this, then what happens here? You see, you have 1000 rupees your AFC when you're producing 1 unit. It is 800 rupees when you're producing 2 unit. It is 600 rupees when you're producing 3 unit. It is 400 rupees you are producing 4 unit. So it means it will become a straight line. That is absolutely wrong. Why it is? Because mathematically, when you divide the same numerator with increasing denominator, initially the fall will be very sharp and then the fall will taper off. So let's look at this here in the table. If I want to find out what is the average fixed cost. Now here remember, there is a fight here, as I've told you, that if I divide 1000 by 0, you'll get infinite value, but average can never be infinite. So we'll simply put a dash over here. All right. So 1000 divided by 1 is 1000. Now you see 1000 divided by 2, 500. It means AFC fell down by 50%. Then 1000 divided by 3, that will be 333.33. Ignore kar do. 1000 divided by 4, that will be 250. 1000 divided by 5, that will be 200. 1000 divided by 6, that will be 166.66, 167. 1000 divided by 7, that will be 143. 43. 1000 divided by 8 is 125. Now tell me, dear, what is the difference over here and what is the difference over here? 500 rupees, and here the difference is not even 50 rupees. All right. So it means what happens here? The AFC curve falls down sharply first and then it tapers off. It will look exactly like the indifference curve. Exactly like the indifference curve. So it means if I have to draw an AFC curve, then this is your average cost, or you can write average fixed cost, and this is your output. So आपको क्या पहले क्या था? You are incurring 1000 rupees for 1 unit, then suddenly 500 rupees for 2 unit, then
300.
333 for 3 unit, then 250 for 4 unit, then 200 for 5 unit, then 167. That's it, enough. 6 unit. Clear. So what is happening if I connect these dots here? It is falling down, falling down, falling down, and will continue. It will never rise up. You are violating the simple mathematical concept. When you divide, keep increasing the denominator, how can it rise up again? So it will continue to fall down, but it will never touch. It will seem to be touching the x-axis, but it will never touch because AFC can never be 0. So this is your downward sloping or negatively sloped curve, which is not a straight line. It is convex to the origin, and moreover, you see here what is happening here. It will never touch the y-axis, because if it touches the y-axis, it means you are having some average fixed cost. Even when the output is 0, it means infinite value aa jayega, and it will not touch the x-axis because it can never be 0. So that ends our average fixed cost. Tomorrow we'll look at average variable cost, and then we'll go back to the concept of law of variable proportion. Then we'll connect it to that concept. All right, clear? Please revise everything what we have covered today. Tomorrow class will move a little bit even faster than today. All right, so keep revise everything that we have studied if you can, and then come tomorrow. All right, bye bye. Bye everyone. क्या आप थोड़ा हिंदी में भी समझा सकते हो? First of all, yeah, my Hindi is not very. So the thing is, if you have any problem, you ask me. I will try to explain. But largely here are the English speaking crowd here. I'll try to. If you have any concern, just ask me a few questions. If you have, no problem. All right. Bye bye. We'll meet tomorrow again at 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. sharp. Bye bye. Bye everyone.